An empire can take centuries to build, and only a few quiet generations to begin disappearing. Hello, and welcome. I'm so glad you're here tonight. Take a moment to get comfortable, slow your breathing, and let the day loosen its grip. This is your time to rest, to listen, and to drift gently into history. Before we begin, leave a comment and let me know where in the world you're listening from tonight. I always love reading your messages and seeing this little nighttime gathering stretch across countries, continents, and oceans. And if these slow historical stories help you relax, unwind, or fall asleep, subscribe for more long-form storytelling made for sleep. Tonight, we're stepping into the vast and complicated story of the British Empire. From its small and uncertain beginnings to its far-reaching power, and then into the slow, inevitable unraveling that followed. We'll move carefully through the centuries, letting the story unfold at an unhurried pace. Now, close your eyes if you'd like, settle in, and let the story begin. The British Empire did not begin as a finished design. It began as weather, timber, salt, hunger, and distance. It began at the edge of a small island kingdom looking outward across cold water, towards seas that seemed at once terrifying and irresistible. Long before the map turned red in school atlases, before admirals and viceroys and grand exhibitions, there was only a restless sense that wealth was moving elsewhere, that power was being built on oceans, and that England, then later Britain, could not remain only a spectator. The empire was not born in a single act of conquest. It emerged in fragments, an outpost here, a charter there, a plantation on one island, a fort on another coast, a trading post turned garrison, a merchant company turned state. What later generations would call destiny often looked, at the time, like improvisation. Britain's overseas expansion began in the 16th century and accelerated in the 17th, driven by commerce and rivalry with European powers, especially the Dutch, France, and Spain. Early settlements in North America and the West Indies, alongside the East India Company's trading posts in India from 1600 onward, were less the product of one master plan than of piecemeal ventures by companies, magnates and colonists themselves. To understand the rise of the British Empire, you have to begin with insecurity. England was not the richest kingdom in Europe. It was not the most populous, nor the most formidable on land. Spain had silver from the Americas. Portugal had oceanic routes to Africa and Asia. The Dutch had merchant fleets and commercial sophistication that made them masters of maritime trade. France had demographic weight and military prestige. England had ambition, a growing navy, and a dawning realization that survival in the new age of global commerce required more than defending one's own shores. It required access to sugar, to tobacco, to spices, to textiles, to timber, to enslaved labor, to ports, to sea lanes, to the taxes and profits that came from controlling exchange itself. That need changed the imagination of the state. The sea was no longer only a frontier. It became an instrument of national life. By the early colonial era, English lawmakers and merchants were already thinking in mercantilist terms, treating trade as a contest in which the wealth of one power came at the expense of another. The Navigation Acts of the 17th century were designed to reserve shipping and colonial commerce to English hands, especially against Dutch competition, and to bind colonies into a protected imperial trading system. That is one of the central truths of the empire's rise. Its foundations were commercial before they were ceremonial. Later, empire would drape itself in mission, order, civilization, law, Christianity, improvement, and prestige. But in the beginning, the language of profit spoke loudest. Colonies in North America produced tobacco and other staples. Caribbean islands became engines of sugar wealth. Africa was drawn violently into the system through forts, commercial networks, and the buying and transport of enslaved people. Asia, especially India, first appeared in English calculations as a zone of immensely valuable trade. The empire was a structure of extraction before it became a structure of self-congratulation. In the Atlantic world especially, it was inseparable from slavery. The transatlantic slave trade moved between 10 million and 12 million enslaved Africans across the ocean from the 16th to the 19th century, and Britain became one of the major imperial powers enmeshed in that system. The so-called triangular trade linked European manufactured goods, captive human beings taken from Africa, and plantation commodities from the Americas. The Royal African Company, formed in 1672, helped institutionalize England's slave trading role, while Jamaica became one of the busiest slave markets in the British world. If you stand still for a moment and picture the early empire honestly, it does not look like the polished image of imperial ceremony. It looks like harbours choked with masts. It looks like clerks scratching figures into ledgers by candlelight. It looks like cane fields in the Caribbean under a punishing sun. It looks like forests cut down in North America and indigenous worlds pushed aside by settlement, alliance, disease, and war. It looks like forts on tropical coasts. It looks like the crowded, airless holds of slave ships crossing the Atlantic. It looks like investors in London gambling on distance and sailors gambling with their lives. Above all, it looks unfinished. The remarkable thing is not that Britain set out to rule a quarter of the globe. It is that so many small, brutal, improvised beginnings eventually accumulated into something so large. By 1670, there were English colonies in New England, Virginia, and Maryland, as well as settlements in Bermuda, Antigua, Barbados, and Nova Scotia. Jamaica had been taken from Spain in 1655. The Hudson's Bay Company established itself in what became northwestern Canada from the 1670s. On the African coast, a permanent British settlement was made at James Island in the Gambia River in 1661. These were not yet the components of one seamless imperial machine. They were scattered footholds, connected by shipping, protected unevenly, and often left to local initiative. Britannica notes that nearly all these early settlements arose from the enterprise of companies and magnates, rather than from a centrally organized crown project, making the empire's formation an unorganized process based on piecemeal acquisition. And yet, out of this disorder came a pattern. The Atlantic colonies and islands helped teach the English, and then the British, after the Union of 1707, how to think imperially. Power could be exercised indirectly. Charters could do the work of conquest. Monopoly companies could extend state influence without always appearing to be the state. Local elites could be co-opted. Settlers could govern themselves to a degree while still feeding metropolitan wealth. Naval force could secure trade, and trade could finance naval force. The system was not stable, but it was adaptive. That adaptability would become one of the empire's great strengths. Britain often did not control a place in the same way twice. It used different mixtures of coercion, partnership, migration, legal fiction, and commercial leverage depending on where it was. That flexibility made it resilient, but it also made it morally slippery. Responsibility could always be blurred. Violence could be outsourced. Profit could come wrapped in administrative distance. The Union of England and Scotland in 1707 widened the imperial project. Scottish merchants, soldiers, administrators, and intellectuals became deeply involved in imperial expansion thereafter, and Scottish trade was brought within the scope of the navigation system. This mattered because the empire was never simply an English phenomenon after 1707. It was British in manpower, finance, and imagination, though not equally beneficial to all within the British Isles. The new British state was fiscally and militarily stronger than the Old English one. It had learned how to borrow, tax, and fight on a global scale. This is where the rise of empire meets the rise of the modern state. Bureaucracy, credit, naval logistics, and commercial law were not glamorous, but they were the hidden architecture behind imperial expansion. A state capable of organizing debt and projecting force across oceans could convert scattered ventures into strategic possessions. Still, wealth alone did not determine the empire's growth. War did. Again and again, Britain's imperial position advanced through European rivalry, translated into colonial struggle. Colonies were not remote appendages to continental politics. They were one of its theatres. In North America, British and French settlers and their indigenous allies contested frontiers long before the final settlement of 1763. In the Caribbean, islands were fought over because sugar made them astonishingly valuable. In India, European commercial competition increasingly merged with local political conflict. The empire was built not only by founding settlements, but by defeating rivals. And as Britain's navy expanded, it became increasingly able to connect distant struggles into one strategic whole. Control of the sea did not solve every problem, but it allowed Britain to think globally in a way many continental powers struggled to sustain. The 7 Years' War marked a decisive turning point. Fought on multiple continents, it was in many ways the first truly global war. And when it ended in 1763, Britain emerged with a transformed imperial position. The Treaty of Paris, signed on February 10th, 1763, concluded the Franco-British conflict and left Britain dominant in Canada while sharply reducing French power in North America and India. Britannica's summary of the war notes that Britain took over nearly all of France's lands and trading interests in both North America and India. This did not mean Britain suddenly controlled everything in a direct and uncontested way. But it did mean something profound had changed. Britain was no longer merely one maritime competitor among several. It had become the leading global imperial power. But if 1763 was a triumph, it was also a warning. Empires do not grow without changing shape. Victory imposed new burdens. More territory required more administration. More administration required more revenue. More revenue required either compliance or coercion. The old looseness of the First Empire, especially in British North America, had been manageable while the colonies were useful, relatively self-governing, and externally threatened. But after the defeat of France in Canada, British leaders faced a question that would haunt every later stage of empire. How do you tighten control without breaking the system that made expansion profitable in the first place? That question did not emerge from nowhere. The Navigation Acts had long sought to channel colonial trade for imperial benefit, but from the 1720s to the 1760s, Parliament had often followed a policy later called salutary neglect, enforcing trade restrictions loosely so long as the colonies remained loyal and economically useful. After 1763, as Britain sought to stabilise the empire and recover war costs, the tightening of imperial regulations contributed directly to colonial unrest. Britannica explicitly links the tightening of the laws in 1764 to the unrest leading to the rebellion of the American colonies. There is tragedy in that. The British Empire rose in part because it had been flexible. It had tolerated distance, local assemblies, and a degree of colonial self-direction when that served imperial prosperity. But success tempted it into overconfidence. Victories over France encouraged British elites to believe they could demand more obedience, more revenue, more visible submission. They mistook commercial connection for political control. They mistook loyalty in wartime for permanent consent. They mistook the Atlantic Empire for a machine whose parts could be tightened at will. That mistake would soon cost Britain its American colonies, and with them, the illusion that empire could expand indefinitely without provoking resistance. Before that fall came into view, though, another transformation was already underway farther east. The East India Company, founded in 1600 as a trading corporation, had begun by seeking commercial access to India. Over time, that presence hardened. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of the defining moments in the empire's rise. Fought between the company's forces under Robert Clive and those of Siraj al-Dowlah, the Nawab of Bengal, it opened the door to British rule in India and is often treated as the starting point of British rule over the subcontinent. Clive's victory turned the company from a mercantile actor into a military and political power. That change matters enormously because it reveals how the empire evolved. Trade created footholds. Footholds demanded defense. Defense justified intervention. Intervention generated political influence, and political influence became rule. In Bengal, the future of empire became visible in concentrated form. A corporation armed itself, fought battles, manipulated succession, extracted revenue, and claimed legitimacy. Here too, the line between private gain and public power dissolved. The British state did not always move first. Often it arrived after the fact, regulating what commercial actors had already conquered. That was one of the empire's most distinctive habits. It frequently expanded through agents who were not quite sovereign, until their actions forced the state to inherit both the profits and the chaos. Later, Parliament would increasingly intervene in Indian affairs as public concern grew over the East India Company's conduct and over how a private company had come to dominate such vast populations. So by the mid-18th century, the foundations of the British Empire were already clear. In the Atlantic, it was a system of colonies, shipping, protected trade, plantations, and slavery. In North America, it was a settler empire stretching along the coast and pressing inland. In the Caribbean, it was immensely profitable and unimaginably violent. In Africa, it was tied to forts, commerce, and the trafficking of enslaved people. In India, it was evolving from mercantile presence into territorial dominion. Across all these regions, the same forces recur: maritime power, rivalry with European competitors, commercial ambition, and a political culture willing to fuse private enterprise with imperial expansion. Yet the rise of empire is never just a story about maps changing colour. It is also a story about habits of mind. Britons increasingly came to think of overseas expansion as proof of national vigour. Sea power became part of identity. Trade became a measure of civilization. Victory abroad fed confidence at home. The empire was still far from its Victorian zenith, far from the age when steamships and telegraphs would bind it more tightly together, but its emotional grammar was already being written. The world beyond Europe was becoming not merely a marketplace, but a stage on which Britain imagined itself larger than its island geography allowed. And that, perhaps, is where the rise truly begins. Not only in forts or colonies or companies, but in the dangerous union of opportunity and belief. Opportunity told Britain that wealth lay overseas. Belief told Britain it had the right, the capacity, even the obligation to seize it. Once those two ideas fused, expansion acquired momentum. It could survive setbacks. It could absorb contradictions. It could denounce cruelty in one generation while profiting from it in another. It could call itself liberty in one colony and discipline in the next. The British Empire rose because it mastered the sea, yes, and because it built fiscal and naval power, yes, and because it defeated rivals, yes. But it also rose because it learned how to narrate its own expansion as normal, useful, and even virtuous. That story was never true in the simple way imperial propagandists later claimed. The empire's rise was soaked in coercion, dispossession, enslavement, and opportunism from the beginning. But it was effective. It persuaded investors, ministers, settlers, soldiers, and ordinary readers that overseas power was the horizon of Britain's future. By 1763, the world seemed to confirm them. France had been checked. Canada was won. Caribbean wealth poured in. India beckoned. Britain stood taller than before. Naval, commercial, victorious. And yet, in that moment of ascent, decline had already begun to whisper at the edges. The empire had expanded so quickly that it had not solved its deepest question: whether peoples tied to Britain by commerce and power would remain tied by loyalty once the balance of advantage shifted. The rise of the British Empire, then, was not a straight march upward. It was an accumulation of gains, shadowed by the problems those gains created. That is why the story must be told slowly. Because in the very century that made Britain global, it also planted the crises that would, in time, unmake the world it had built. An empire does not always fall with the sound of final ruin. Sometimes it loses one world and discovers, with a mixture of panic and appetite, that another is waiting. That is what happened to Britain in the late 18th century. The loss of the American colonies felt at first like a shattering. It was not merely a military defeat or a diplomatic embarrassment. It was a wound to imperial confidence. For more than a century, Britain had built itself into an Atlantic power through colonies, shipping, plantations, commerce, and war. Then, in the very moment when it appeared strongest after the 7 Years' War, it began to learn that possession was not the same thing as permanence. The empire that had risen through flexibility and maritime strength now found itself undone, in part by its own urge to tighten control after victory. British attempts to raise revenue and assert greater authority after the 7 Years' War, including the Sugar Act, Stamp Act, Townshend Duties, and Tea Act, fed colonial resistance that grew into the American Revolution, which lasted from 1775 to 1783 and ended in American independence under the Treaty of Paris of 1783. There is something almost dreamlike about that reversal. In 1763, Britain stood triumphant. France had been humbled in North America. Canada had been won. British maritime power looked unmatched. Yet victory had brought debt, enlarged responsibilities, and a new imperial mood in London. Officials who once tolerated colonial looseness increasingly wanted discipline. They wanted the colonies to help pay for their own defense. They wanted customs enforced more strictly. They wanted obedience to look less like a habit and more like a visible constitutional fact. The problem was that the colonists had become accustomed to governing much of their own everyday political life. The empire had grown in part because it had allowed distance to blur sovereignty. When Britain tried to make that sovereignty more explicit, it provoked not gratitude, but suspicion. The Stamp Act of 1765 was especially explosive because it represented a direct parliamentary tax inside colonial life. And although it was repealed, Parliament simultaneously passed the Declaratory Act, asserting its right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. The Townshend Duties followed in 1767, most were repealed in 1770, and then the Tea Act of 1773 reopened the crisis, helping produce the Boston Tea Party and the punitive measures that followed. The tragedy for Britain was that it had misread the nature of its own First Empire. It had assumed that prosperity within the imperial system guaranteed loyalty to the imperial centre. It had assumed that subjects across the ocean would accept parliamentary sovereignty even though they had no direct representation at Westminster. It had assumed that the colonists feared foreign enemies enough to cling to British protection forever. But once France was removed from Canada, that fear weakened. Colonial elites and ordinary settlers alike began to imagine a future less dependent on London. They did not all become revolutionaries at once. Many hesitated. Many remained loyal to the crown. But the imperial relationship had changed, and Britain was slow to understand just how far. By the time war began in 1775, the question was no longer simply tax or trade. It was whether the empire could command political allegiance across the Atlantic in a form the colonists no longer recognized as legitimate. The answer, after years of war, was no. The 13 colonies became the United States, and Britain was forced to accept the loss. For a great power, such a defeat could have been fatal to ambition. There were moments when it seemed as if Britain's imperial future might shrink, harden, or dissolve into bitterness, but that is not what happened. Instead, the loss of America became one of the most important turning points in imperial history because it forced Britain to adapt. The old Atlantic-centered empire did not simply continue as before. It was reimagined. Historians often speak of a second British Empire. And while the phrase simplifies a messy reality, it captures something essential. After 1783, Britain's centre of imperial gravity shifted more decisively toward Asia, the Pacific, and selected settler colonies that would develop under different assumptions than the old mainland colonies in America. Britannica notes that by 1815, despite the loss of the 13 colonies, Britain had built a second empire stretching from Canada and the Caribbean around the Cape to India and Australia, sustained by maritime power that exceeded that of its European rivals. This was not an act of easy compensation, as if one continent-sized loss could simply be replaced by new lines on a map. The shock of American independence lingered deeply in British political thinking. It changed how Britain looked at white settler colonies. It encouraged greater caution about provoking self-governing settlers too aggressively. It made policymakers more conscious of the dangers of clumsy imperial centralization. In that sense, the American Revolution was not just a defeat, it was a lesson, and one the empire would partly remember and partly forget. Some later colonies would be given more space for local development. Others, especially where the empire did not see settlers as politically equal partners, would be ruled far more directly and harshly. The path diverged. What had been one broad imperial experiment became more differentiated, more strategically selective, and, in some places, more authoritarian. Canada was one of the first spaces where this remaking became visible. Britain retained the northern half of its old North American world, and after the American Revolution, many loyalists migrated into what became Upper Canada. Britannica notes the spectacular growth of Upper Canada after this movement of loyalists. Canada, therefore, became, in part, the place where Britain tried to preserve an alternative North America, one still tied to crown and empire, but shaped by the memory of what had gone wrong farther south. Australia also entered the story at exactly this moment of imperial redirection. New South Wales was founded in 1788, and though the penal dimension is central, the larger significance lies in Britain's willingness to invest in a Pacific colony after the loss of the American mainland settlements. The timing matters. The new colony was not simply a prison at the end of the world. It was also a foothold, a maritime and strategic presence, and eventually the seed of a major settler society. Britannica explicitly connects the loss of the American colonies with new settlements in Australia beginning in 1788. And then there was India, where the future of the empire beat most loudly. If America had shown the limits of imperial authority over settler colonies that thought of themselves as rights-bearing British subjects, India presented the opposite possibility: an empire built not through mass migration from Britain, but through corporate conquest, military force, alliance, revenue extraction, and administrative innovation over vast non-European populations. The East India Company had begun as a commercial body, but by the later 18th century, it was becoming something far stranger and far more consequential: a private company wielding sovereign power. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 had already opened the way to British ascendancy in Bengal. But the decades after that victory revealed both the extraordinary possibilities and the terrible dangers of company rule. Parliament's own retrospective judgments were severe. In a later Commons debate, one speaker described East India Company government between 1765 and 1784 as corrupt, perfidious and rapacious, which reflects how scandalous that period had come to seem in British political memory. What Britain found in India was wealth, scale, and strategic depth, but also a problem of accountability. How could a commercial corporation be allowed to wage war, collect revenue, decide succession disputes, and shape the lives of millions? The answer, increasingly, was that it could not remain unregulated. Parliament intervened with the Regulating Act of 1773, then more decisively with Pitt's India Act of 1784, which created the Board of Control to monitor and direct company policy and increase the authority of the Governor-General. These measures did not end company rule, but they signalled something profound. The British state was beginning to pull India closer into the orbit of public imperial governance. The empire was learning from chaos, absorbing private conquest into a more recognisable state framework. This transition is one of the most important moments in the story of the British Empire. In America, Britain lost control, partly because it tried to convert a long-evolved, semi-autonomous imperial relationship into a more tightly managed one. In India, by contrast, it moved toward greater control because leaving things loose under the East India Company threatened scandal, instability, and strategic disaster. The same empire that failed to discipline one region successfully intensified its involvement in another. This is why the British Empire can never be understood as a single uniform machine. It was constantly changing its methods, often in response to failure. It learned different lessons in different places. That flexibility was one of its greatest strengths, but it was also the reason its moral language so often fractured. It could speak of liberty in one setting and hierarchy in another, partnership in one colony and subordination in the next. The wider global setting also favoured Britain's resurgence. Naval power remained the hinge. Even after the loss of America, Britain still possessed the maritime habits, financial institutions, and strategic instincts that had built its rise in the first place. Its empire after 1783 was not weaker in every sense. In some ways, it became more coherent. Rather than being tied so heavily to one dense block of mainland colonies along the Atlantic seaboard, Britain now concentrated on nodes of naval and commercial significance: Canada, the Caribbean, Cape routes, India, and Pacific settlements. Islands, harbours, and coaling or provisioning points would matter more and more in the imperial world that followed. Britannica notes that in the decades after the American loss, islands and harbours on major trade routes were acquired as naval bases, provisioning stations and ports for trade. There is a colder logic visible here. The empire was becoming less naive, or perhaps more realistic. It had learned that large settler societies with strong local political traditions could not simply be treated as obedient dependencies forever. It had learned that strategic position mattered as much as territorial bulk. It had learned that an empire built around the movement of ships, goods, soldiers, and information could survive even dramatic political losses if its command of the sea remained intact. That maritime logic would define Britain's imperial future through the 19th century. The empire would become a chain as much as a block, a web of ports and choke points tied to enormous continental holdings in India and later Africa, but always animated by the same underlying principle: mobility, protection, supply, connection. Yet none of this should soften the brutality involved. The empire that emerged from the American defeat was not gentler simply because it was more adaptive. In India, the increasing fusion of company and state power would carry immense consequences for local rulers, peasant taxpayers, soldiers, and urban populations. In Australia, settlement meant dispossession for indigenous peoples from the very beginning, even where British narratives later wrapped colonisation in the language of improvement and founding. In the Caribbean, slavery remained central to British wealth for decades after American independence. The empire's rebirth was not a moral awakening. It was a strategic redirection, and still, there was imagination in it. That is part of the reason the story is so unsettling. Britain did not respond to the loss of America by becoming smaller in spirit. It became larger. It looked east and south and outward again. It began to conceive of itself less as the owner of a particular set of colonies, and more as the manager of a world system held together by commerce, navy, and selective governance. This was the seed of the empire that would later dominate the 19th century. The humiliation of losing America did not kill imperial ambition. It refined it. By the end of the 18th century, then, the British Empire had passed through fire and emerged transformed. The first empire, Atlantic and plantation heavy, had cracked under the pressure of its own contradictions. The second was taking shape, more global, more consciously strategic, more centered on India, more invested in maritime routes, and increasingly willing to sort its possessions into different categories with different political futures. Some would become settler dominions. Some would remain crown colonies. Some would be conquered, administered, and taxed under bureaucratic structures that grew more elaborate with every decade. The improvisation of the 17th century had not vanished, but it was slowly being overlaid by a new imperial seriousness. That seriousness would deepen under the pressure of war with revolutionary and Napoleonic France, when Britain's global reach, naval supremacy, and financial endurance would again be tested and enlarged. The empire that entered the 19th century was no longer the same empire that had entered the 7 Years' War. It had lost a continent of colonies and yet become more determined, more disciplined, and in some respects, more dangerous. It had discovered that imperial power could survive secession, provided it still commanded the oceans and could redirect its force toward new centers of value. The rise of the British Empire, then, did not proceed in a smooth upward line. It lurched. It suffered. It learned. America was not the end of the story, but the crisis that gave the next phase its shape. Out of defeat came recalculation. Out of recalculation came expansion. And out of that expansion would come the colossal 19th century empire that so many later generations would mistake for inevitable, forgetting how much of it had been born from loss. The empire that emerged from the loss of America was still, in some sense, an unfinished thing. It had recovered its balance, but not yet its full confidence. That confidence would return in the long years of war against revolutionary and Napoleonic France, when Britain learned again that survival, on a global scale, could be turned into supremacy. The age was full of dread and strain. Armies marched across Europe. Thrones fell. republics rose and hardened into empire. The old order seemed unstable everywhere. Yet for Britain, which could not dominate the continent by sheer land power, the Great Struggle had a different meaning. It was a test of endurance, sea power, money, and reach. If Britain could remain afloat, finance coalitions, keep its trade alive, and deny the seas to its enemies, then every year of survival might enlarge its position. The empire's rise in this period was not the work of one spectacular conquest alone. It is the patient accumulation of advantages during a generation of war, until those advantages became a world system. The sea, once again, was the hinge. Britain's navy was not merely a military arm. It was the moving wall behind imperial life. It protected commerce, sustained distant colonies, conveyed troops, disrupted enemy shipping, and allowed Britain to think in planetary terms even while the map of Europe shifted violently. The Napoleonic Wars confirmed that a state with command of the sea could survive continental upheaval and sometimes profit from it. By 1815, after Napoleon's final defeat, Britain stood in an exceptional position, not untouched by war, certainly not unburdened by debt, but enhanced in global influence, naval prestige, and imperial capacity. Britannica notes that after the loss of the American colonies, Britain nevertheless built a second empire, and by 1815 it stretched from Canada and the Caribbean around the Cape to India and Australia, sustained by a maritime supremacy greater than that of its European rivals. This matters because 1815 has often been treated as the beginning of Britain's imperial century. That can be overstated because the empire still contained contradictions, weaknesses, and enormous violence. But there is truth in it. The Congress of Vienna in 1814-15 reorganized Europe after the Napoleonic Wars, and the settlement's balance of power helped create a long period in which Britain could act with relative strategic freedom overseas. The final act was signed in June 1815, just before Waterloo, and the wider settlement proved durable for decades. Britain did not dominate Europe in the Napoleonic sense. It did something more subtle and, for empire, more useful. It helped stabilize Europe while remaining freer than its continental rivals to invest power abroad. There is a particular feeling to this phase of imperial ascent. The earlier empire had often seemed improvised, stitched together by companies, planters, and opportunists. Now, after the long French wars, Britain began to look like something steadier, grander, and more conscious of itself. The empire was no longer merely a collection of possessions. It was becoming a framework through which Britain understood its place in the world. Power was measured not only in territory, but in routes, stations, treaties, convoys, insurance, finance, and the ability to move goods and force from one ocean to another. Islands and ports acquired a new strategic meaning. They were the links that made world power practical. The Cape route mattered because India mattered. India was becoming the empire's centre of gravity in a way that would have seemed astonishing to many Britons a century earlier. What had begun as trade through the East India Company was now hardening into dominion. Parliament had already intervened with Pitt's India Act in 1784, increasing government authority over the company and, indirectly, over Britain's possessions in India. That act did not abolish company power, But it made clear that the British state could no longer pretend India was merely a commercial matter. India was too rich, too large, too politically consequential. The company remained the mechanism of rule, but the state increasingly stood behind it, corrected it, and ultimately prepared to inherit it. Britannica notes that the discussions around Indian government culminated in the India Act of 1784, which increased the government's authority over the East India Company, and therefore over Britain's possessions in India. Across the late 18th and early 19th centuries, British influence in India expanded through war, diplomacy, annexation, and revenue administration. Mysore was defeated. The Maratha Confederacy was broken in stages. Bengal remained the fiscal base, but British power no longer rested on Bengal alone. It spread inland, outward, and upward through presidencies, cantonments, and a growing culture of official certainty. There is a dangerous calm in how such systems grow. At first, each intervention looks local, temporary, necessary. A ruler is unreliable. A frontier is unstable. A treaty must be guaranteed. A rival must be checked. A debt must be secured. Then, after enough such necessities accumulate, sovereignty itself has changed hands. Yet India was not simply conquered by arms. It was also reorganized by paper, surveys, codes, land settlements, judicial experiments, and administrative categories began to multiply. The empire in India was learning how to see, classify, and tax. This is one of the defining features of the 19th century British Empire. It was bureaucratic as well as military. It governed by collecting information and then acting as if information were authority. To name a district, assess a revenue demand, draw a boundary, count a population, or classify a landholder was not neutral. It was a way of turning living societies into governable objects. At the same time, Britain's global commercial world was changing shape. The Industrial Revolution was transforming the British economy, and with it, the meaning of empire. Factories, coal, mechanized textile production, iron, improved transport, and expanding financial networks altered the scale on which Britain could produce and trade. Empire was no longer only about acquiring valuable goods from overseas. It was increasingly also about finding markets for British manufactures, securing raw materials, and sustaining a global system within which industrial Britain could thrive. This relationship between empire and industry is one of the most important developments of the age. The empire did not create the Industrial Revolution by itself, nor can industrialization be reduced to empire alone. But the two became powerfully entangled. Overseas commerce fed capital and demand. Industrial productivity strengthened naval and military power. Improved production increased the hunger for markets. A loop formed, and that loop would shape the 19th century. One can almost feel the rhythm of it changing. Earlier, imperial wealth had come so visibly from plantations, bullion, monopolies, and specific luxury trades. Now there was a denser hum in the background, mills turning, ships built faster and better, insurance markets calculating risk, docks thick with movement, commodity flows growing more regular and vast. Empire became not just a set of possessions, but part of an industrial metabolism. Britain's island geography no longer looked like a limitation. It looked like the workshop and counting house of a wider world. And yet this rising imperial confidence carried an enormous contradiction, one that lay in the Atlantic system itself. Britain had grown rich within a world deeply bound to slavery. Caribbean plantation wealth had long been central to imperial commerce, and British merchants had played a major role in the transatlantic slave trade. Even as industrial and strategic priorities shifted, slavery remained a brutal foundation stone of imperial prosperity. The campaign against it therefore occupies a strange and morally charged place in the story. Britain ended its participation in the slave trade in 1807. And then in 1833, Parliament passed the Slavery Abolition Act, which abolished slavery in most British colonies. Britannica states that the Act freed more than 800,000 enslaved people in the Caribbean and South Africa, as well as a small number in Canada. It received royal assent on August 28, 1833, and took effect on August 1, 1834. This was a landmark, but not a simple redemption. The Empire did abolish slavery, and afterward, the Royal Navy increasingly acted against the Atlantic slave trade. Britannica's History of the United Kingdom notes that after Britain outlawed slavery throughout its empire in 1833, the British Navy diligently opposed the trade of enslaved people in the Atlantic. But abolition came with apprenticeship schemes that prolonged coercive labor, and compensation was paid to slave owners rather than to the enslaved. The National Archives notes that the 1833 Act converted enslaved people into apprentice laborers before full emancipation, underscoring how incomplete and self-protective emancipation could be in practice. The Empire was capable, in the same century, of both condemning one form of unfreedom and deepening others. Moral purpose and imperial self-interest repeatedly travelled together. That doubleness runs through the entire 19th century empire. Britain liked to imagine itself as a power of liberty, commerce, and law, especially in contrast to Napoleonic domination or the declining mercantilist empires of rivals. But its own expansion depended on hierarchy, coercion, and unequal exchange. In India, British rule was justified in the language of reform and order, even while it extracted wealth and subordinated local authority. In settler colonies, self-government would eventually be granted to white colonists, while indigenous peoples were dispossessed or marginalized. In the Caribbean, slavery was abolished, but the economic order built by slavery did not simply vanish into justice. Meanwhile, imperial geography kept widening. One of the most revealing examples is Singapore. In 1819, Sir Stamford Raffles seized Singapore for the East India Company, and Britannica explicitly notes that he did so not on London's instructions. That detail is small, but it reveals something profound about the empire. Even in this more mature phase, initiative still often came from the edge. Men on the spot acted, improvised, anticipated metropolitan approval, and then the empire absorbed the result. Singapore would become one of the great strategic and commercial nodes of the 19th century British world. But at its founding, it was another reminder that empire often expanded through opportunism first and policy second. By the 1820s and 1830s, the outlines of the imperial system were becoming clearer. Canada remained a northern settler possession of growing importance. Australia was expanding from penal beginnings into a wider settler society. India was the great territorial possession, still technically under company rule, but increasingly under parliamentary scrutiny and imperial vision. Strategic points on the route east mattered more every decade. Caribbean colonies continued to tie the empire to the afterlife of plantation slavery and emancipation. What linked these varied spaces was not uniform governance, but a common logic of connection. The empire was a network of differentiated rule. Some places were mined for revenue, some were settled, some were fortified, some were governed lightly through local elites. Some were watched anxiously because they seemed capable of becoming another America. This was also the period in which the East India Company's commercial character began to erode further. Britannica notes that in 1833 the company lost its monopoly of the China trade and became a purely governing agency. That single transition says a great deal. The old company that had once lived by trade monopolies was being transformed into an instrument of administration. Commerce had built the bridge, government now crossed it. India, in effect, was becoming too important to be left to a merchant logic, even if merchants had made British supremacy possible there in the first place. The change also hints at the new ideological mood of the empire. Britain in the early 19th century increasingly embraced freer trade ideas, especially compared with the older mercantilist structures of earlier empire. The language shifted. Monopoly came to seem old-fashioned, restrictive, inefficient. British power began to present itself as compatible with open commerce, even when that openness often reflected the fact that Britain, as the strongest naval and industrial power, had the most to gain from a world less cluttered by rivals' barriers. In this sense, free trade could become an imperial instrument as surely as monopoly once had been. There is an eerie grandeur to the empire in these years. It had suffered a humiliating loss in America, and yet seemed stronger for it. It had fought a generation-long struggle with France, and emerged with unmatched naval standing. It had overseen and helped shape a world increasingly tied together by trade and industrial production. It had moved from company adventure towards state-backed imperial governance in India. It had abolished slavery and then folded that moral achievement into an imperial identity that could still ignore so much suffering elsewhere. Britain began to look to itself, and to many observers, like the natural organizer of a global order. But this is exactly the point at which caution is needed. Empires often seem most secure when they are actually deepening the contradictions that will later trouble them. Britain's imperial confidence in the early 19th century rested on fragile assumptions. That sea power would remain overwhelming, that industrial leadership would remain uncontested, that subjects could be ruled indefinitely under unequal arrangements, that reform from above could stabilize conquest from below, and that moral prestige could coexist forever with coercive reality. Those assumptions had not yet broken. In fact, they were becoming stronger in British minds. But the seeds of future unrest were already present. In India, British power was spreading faster than British understanding. Administrative certainty concealed cultural ignorance and political arrogance. The more the empire classified and reorganized, the more it also disrupted. In settler colonies, British expansion depended on land that was not empty. In the Caribbean, abolition ended legal slavery. but not the economic and racial hierarchies born from it. Across the imperial world, the British state and its agents were learning to speak the language of improvement. But improvement on imperial terms often meant dispossession for someone else. Still, if one stands inside the years around 1830 rather than looking backward from the end, the mood is unmistakable. Britain feels ascendant. Its fleets connect oceans. Its merchants and manufacturers reach farther each decade. Its institutions seem adaptable. Its politicians speak with growing ease about world affairs. The empire no longer appears like an accumulation of accidents. It is becoming a structure with momentum, a machine of commerce and rule, a system in which strategic points, industrial output, and colonial governance reinforce each other. That is why this chapter in the empire's rise is so important. It is the moment when Britain ceases to be merely one successful maritime power among others, and becomes the central imperial power of the age. Not because every rival disappeared, nor because every British policy succeeded, but because Britain had assembled a combination that was hard to match. Naval dominance, financial stamina, industrial growth, global trade routes, strategic ports, and a rapidly consolidating hold over India. The world did not yet know the full Victorian Empire, but its skeleton was already there. And perhaps that is the most haunting image of all. Not the fully coloured map, not the pomp of empire at its height, but the earlier moment when the frame first locked into place. After America, after Napoleon, after the first great phase of Indian expansion, after the abolition of slavery, but before the age of steam and telegraph had reached maturity, Britain stood on the threshold of its widest influence. It had learned how to convert war into opportunity, commerce into governance, industry into reach, and moral language into legitimacy. The empire was no longer simply rising. It was beginning to believe in its own permanence. By the middle decades of the 19th century, the British Empire was no longer merely large. It was becoming intimate with distance itself. Places that had once seemed unimaginably remote were being drawn closer into the rhythms of British power, not because geography had changed, but because technology, administration, and confidence had changed the meaning of geography. The empire now moved to the beat of steam, schedules, cables, and paperwork. Messages travelled faster. Ships became less dependent on wind. Ports grew busier, more regular, more predictable. The old world of long silences between centre and periphery did not disappear all at once, but it began to shrink. That shrinking of distance mattered as much as conquest. It made empire feel governable on a new scale. It made officials believe they could see more, decide more, and intervene more quickly. And in that sense, it did something dangerous. It fed the illusion that a global empire could be made efficient. This was the Great Victorian Surge. During Queen Victoria's reign, from 1837 to 1901, the British Empire expanded to its greatest extent and became the largest empire in history, ultimately ruling around a quarter of the world's land and people. But size alone is not the whole story. What changed most profoundly in these decades was the feeling of empire. It now seemed normal to many Britons that their state should arbitrate disputes, patrol routes, administer territories, and trade across every ocean. Expansion no longer looked improvised. It looked like destiny given bureaucratic form. The Industrial Revolution lies at the centre of this transformation. Britain's industrial growth did not merely enrich the country, it altered the material foundation of imperial rule. Coal-fueled steamships and factories, iron and later steel strengthened rails, ships, and weapons. Textile production accelerated demand for raw cotton and for global markets in which British goods could be sold. Industrial finance deepened the networks through which imperial trade moved. Even the mundane details mattered. Stronger engines, better charts, more disciplined dock systems, improved warehousing, and regular shipping lines all made it easier to bind scattered territories into one functioning order. The empire became not just a patchwork of possessions, but an infrastructure of movement. In the older age of sail, empire had required patience. Winds delayed ships, seasons constrained voyages, orders could arrive too late to matter. Local initiative filled the gaps, but steam promised a more regular world. It did not abolish uncertainty, and it certainly did not abolish local realities, yet it changed the expectations of rule. Governors, admirals, and ministers increasingly imagined that imperial coordination could be systematic rather than episodic. This is how empires deepen, not only by taking new territories, but by changing what administrators think is possible. Railways extended this logic across land. In India especially, they became symbols of British modernity and power, and later, British officials celebrated them as gifts of progress. But railways were never neutral gifts. They moved troops as well as goods. They opened interiors to extraction as well as exchange. They tied local economies more tightly to imperial priorities. The same line that could carry grain or passengers could also carry soldiers to suppress unrest. Improvement and control ran on the same tracks. The telegraph sharpened the transformation further. If steam made distance more manageable, the telegraph made it feel conquerable. By the later 19th century, imperial communications were so dense that London could think of itself as governing in near real time across astonishing expanses. This changed the psychology of rule as much as the practice. A cable sent beneath the sea could make authority feel immediate, even when it remained fragile on the ground. The empire of months and seasons was becoming the empire of signals. Yet the most important transformation of all in this chapter of the story came not from steam or wire, but from India. India was increasingly the empire's heart, the possession without which British global power would have meant something very different. It was vast, populous, economically significant, and strategically central to Britain's presence from the Mediterranean to East Asia. But for all Britain's growing confidence, company rule in India remained unstable beneath the surface. The East India Company had lost much of its old commercial identity and become primarily an administrative and military authority, yet it still carried the legacy of conquest by private means, and its governance rested on assumptions that were not always understood, even by those enforcing them. The expansion of British dominion, the restructuring of land revenue, the role of Indian soldiers in company armies, religious and cultural anxieties, and fears of further annexation all contributed to mounting tension. That tension exploded in 1857, the uprising known in Britain for generations as the Indian Mutiny, but understood more broadly today as the Indian Rebellion of 1857, began among sepoys in the Bengal Army and widened into a vast and violent crisis across northern and central India. For British observers, the shock was immense. India had seemed governable. Its armies had served the expansion of British power. Its administrative structures appeared solid. Then suddenly, the facade cracked, and what emerged was fear on an imperial scale. There is no honest way to tell this part of the story without dwelling on the violence. The rebellion involved massacres, sieges, reprisals, panic, racial fury, and enormous suffering on all sides. British narratives of the time often centered on the killing of Europeans, especially at places like Cawnpore, and these events fueled a wave of retaliatory brutality that was itself appalling. The suppression of the rebellion was savage. Entire populations were treated with suspicion. Punishments were exemplary and often indiscriminate. The uprising burned away some of the easier illusions of benevolent company rule and replaced them with a harder, more racialized imperial mindset. The political consequence was immediate and decisive. In 1858, the Government of India Act ended company rule and transferred authority directly to the British Crown. The East India Company, which had begun as a merchant corporation and become a territorial power, was finished as the governing instrument of India. The British state now ruled openly in its own name. That transfer marks one of the great turning points in the entire history of the empire. Something old ended there. The age in which private commercial initiative could plausibly stand between conquest and statehood was over, at least in India. The empire had become too important, too exposed, too politically charged to be mediated through a company. The Crown Raj that followed was more formal, more ceremonial, and in some ways more cautious than company expansionism had been. It preserved princes in many regions, cultivated alliances with traditional elites, and publicly renounced the reckless annexationism associated with some earlier policies. Queen Victoria's proclamation of 1858 promised religious toleration and non-interference, seeking to reassure Indian subjects after the rebellion. But if the rhetoric softened, the power behind it did not. The empire in India became more centralized, more bureaucratic, and more consciously imperial. This is also where the Victorian cult of empire deepened. India, once a commercial venture and then a troubled field of conquest, was increasingly represented as the jewel of British power. The title, Empress of India, would later be assumed by Queen Victoria in 1876, symbolizing how thoroughly India had entered the ceremonial core of imperial identity. Ceremony, however, was not mere decoration. It was politics. The empire relied on ritual because ritual made hierarchy visible. And visible hierarchy could be mistaken for stability. Outside India, the empire also expanded and consolidated in ways that reflected its new technological and strategic confidence. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 transformed imperial geography. It shortened the sea route between Britain and India dramatically, making Egypt and the Eastern Mediterranean far more important to British strategy than before. The world had not physically shrunk, but from the perspective of British policymakers, it had become more tightly strung. India was now closer in time, and therefore even more central in imagination. That helps explain Britain's growing involvement in Egypt. In 1875, Britain purchased the Khedive's shares in the Suez Canal Company, and in 1882, British forces occupied Egypt after a nationalist uprising, beginning a period of effective British control that lasted for decades. What is striking here is how often empire advanced through the language of necessity. Egypt was not always described as a prize to be conquered. It was described as too important to be left unstable, too critical to communications, too exposed to rival influence. This is a recurring imperial logic. Strategic anxiety becomes a moral argument for control. In settler colonies, meanwhile, the Victorian Empire evolved along a different track. Britain had learned something from the loss of the American colonies. White settler societies could not be managed forever through clumsy central control if they expected political rights for themselves. So in places like Canada, Australia, and later New Zealand, the empire increasingly made room for responsible government and self-rule for settlers, even while remaining firmly imperial. This flexibility helped Britain preserve loyalty where it had once provoked rebellion, but it also exposed the racial architecture of the empire more clearly. Liberty within the empire was distributed unevenly. White settlers could be trusted with self-government. Indigenous peoples, colonized majorities, and conquered societies were generally not offered the same standing. That contradiction shaped the empire at every level. In one part of the imperial world, officials spoke about constitutional liberty and local institutions. In another, they defended autocratic rule as necessary for order. In one colony, empire was imagined as family. In another, it was rule by force backed with moral language. The British Empire was not hypocritical because it accidentally contradicted itself. Contradiction was one of its operating principles. It survived by being different things to different people, all while insisting that those differences formed a coherent whole. The settler world itself was built on dispossession. In Australia, the growth of colonial society rested on the steady seizure of Aboriginal land, the denial of Indigenous sovereignty, frontier violence, and the fantasy that a continent could be treated as empty because European law chose not to recognise those already living there. In New Zealand, British settlement advanced through treaties, war, and land transfer, often under the claim of lawful order. In Canada, the expansion of settler power similarly came at the expense of Indigenous peoples whose lands, political independence, and ways of life were steadily constricted. The empire became more liberal for some, precisely as it became more destructive for others. At home in Britain, however, the dominant image was often triumphant. The empire was presented as evidence of national greatness, industrial mastery, moral seriousness, and providential favour. Schoolbooks, newspapers, public ceremonies, exhibitions, and popular literature helped teach generations of Britons to see empire not as a scattered and often violent arrangement, but as the natural outward form of British civilization. Distance itself became part of the myth. The fact that Britain was a small island ruling faraway lands seemed to prove the uniqueness of its institutions and character. The empire became a mirror in which Britain admired its own reflection. Commerce strengthened the fantasy. British manufacturers sought markets. Investors sought returns. Shipping firms, insurance houses, and merchant companies profited from imperial integration. The empire was not only a source of prestige, it was a working system through which money, goods, and influence moved. When Britons thought of empire, they often thought of trade as much as territory. This mattered because trade sounded cleaner. It sounded less brutal than conquest, less compromised than coercion. But the routes of trade had to be defended, the ports secured, the labour organised, the local politics shaped. Commerce did not replace empire's violence. It often hid it behind more respectable language. At the same time, Britain's rivals were not gone. France remained an imperial power. Russia expanded overland across Eurasia. Other European states watched, manoeuvred, and sometimes challenged British interests. The Victorian age was not a peaceful imperial monopoly. It was a competitive age in which Britain's confidence was sustained by the fact that it could usually combine naval reach, financial power, and political flexibility better than its competitors. But that combination demanded constant vigilance. Every route had to be guarded, every node had to be considered in relation to another. The empire was strong, but its strength depended on motion. That is perhaps the most revealing way to understand the Victorian British Empire. It was less a solid block than a living circuit. Goods moved from colony to metropole and back outward again. Officials circulated. Soldiers rotated. Governors departed one colony for another. Ideas of race, law, discipline, reform, and improvement travelled with them. So did fear. Fear of rebellion in India. Fear of strategic vulnerability in Egypt. Fear of disorder at sea. Fear of rival empires taking advantage of weakness. Power on this scale required a constant management of anxiety. And yet, because so much of it appeared to function, the age seemed magnificent. Steamship routes held, telegraphs clicked, ports expanded, ceremonies dazzled. London could imagine itself at the centre of a globe that seemed increasingly knowable, measurable, and administrable. The British Empire had entered its most self-confident phase. It believed not only that it was large, but that it had discovered the means to remain large. Superior industry, superior communications, superior naval reach, and a supposedly superior capacity to govern diverse peoples under one imperial framework. That belief would become one of the great themes of the age. It nourished reformers and expansionists alike. It could justify schools, censuses, irrigation works, military campaigns, and annexations. It could make coercion look like order and domination sound like stewardship. Most dangerously, it could persuade Britain that its empire was not merely powerful, but necessary to the world itself. But no empire becomes more certain without also becoming more exposed. The same railways that moved troops revealed the need for troops. The same cables that shortened communication also spread panic faster when crisis came. The same bureaucratic systems that promised knowledge could produce arrogance. The same strategic routes that seemed to secure empire could become choke points in wartime. The Victorian surge made the British Empire appear more stable than ever before, and in many ways it was. But it also thickened the web of commitments, from which future crises would be harder to escape. In these decades then, Britain reached a new level of imperial maturity. India moved from company dominion to crown rule. Egypt and the route through Suez rose in importance. Settler colonies developed under increasingly autonomous structures for white populations. Industry, steam, rail, and telegraph made global rule seem newly practical. The empire became more connected, more systematized, and more self-aware. It no longer simply possessed territories. It organized them into a vision of world order. And that is where the Victorian Empire becomes both impressive and ominous. Its confidence was real. Its administrative power was real. Its technological advantage was real. But beneath the polished surface lay force, exclusion, hierarchy, and the steady accumulation of obligations that would one day be impossible to hold together. For now, though, the empire was still rising. It had not yet reached its widest reach, nor had it yet met the full storm of resistance that such reach would provoke. It moved onward with all the assurance of a power convinced that history itself had chosen it. By the late 19th century, the British Empire had entered the phase that later generations would remember most vividly and, perhaps, most deceptively. This was the High Imperial Age, when the map itself seemed to testify to Britain's power. Read spread across continents in atlases and classroom walls, the empire was not only a political structure now, it was a spectacle, an education, a habit of mind. It lived in ceremonies, newspapers, world fairs, patriotic songs, shipping routes, missionary reports, popular adventure fiction, recruitment posters, school readers, and imperial statues set in public squares. To many Britons, it no longer appeared as one possible arrangement among others. It appeared as the natural shape of their world. And yet, this phase of empire, for all its confidence, carried a faint breath of strain beneath the pageantry. The more Britain expanded, the more it had to explain that expansion. The more it explained, the more it revealed its anxieties. A power that feels entirely secure does not need to dramatize itself so constantly. The High Empire was magnificent, but it was also restless. It had become global on such a scale that it now had to keep proving to itself that such scale made sense. The ideology of empire hardened in these decades. Earlier periods had often justified British expansion through commerce, maritime necessity, dynastic rivalry, or improvised strategic interest. Now there was a fuller language of civilizing mission, racial hierarchy, improvement, trusteeship, and imperial destiny. Britons increasingly told themselves that their empire brought law, railways, education, Christianity, free trade, and order to peoples supposedly trapped in backwardness or despotism. This language was not merely decoration. It helped make domination feel moral. It helped ordinary people at home imagine the empire as a gift rather than a system of rule built on force and unequal power. It allowed politicians, soldiers, reformers, and even critics of specific abuses to believe that the imperial structure itself remained righteous. But the moral language of empire was always shadowed by its material motives. Britain did not expand in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific simply because it had discovered a new sense of humanitarian responsibility. It expanded because the world was becoming more competitive, because industrial economies demanded raw materials and markets, because strategic routes had to be secured, because rival powers were moving, and because prestige itself had become a form of political currency. In the High Imperial Age, the empire was driven by both fear and appetite. Fear of losing advantage, appetite for confirming it. Africa became one of the clearest stages on which this new imperial intensity played out. For much of Britain's earlier imperial history, its involvement in Africa had centered on coastal trade, naval strategy, and the Atlantic slave system. But in the later 19th century, the partition of the continent accelerated. European powers, including Britain, France, Germany, Belgium, Portugal, and Italy, raced to claim territory, draw boundaries, and establish political control over vast regions they barely understood. Britain's involvement in this scramble was shaped by a mixture of commercial, strategic, and political motives. Egypt mattered because of Suez. Southern Africa mattered because of settler expansion, mineral wealth, and rivalry. West and East Africa mattered in relation to trade routes, prestige, and imperial competition more broadly. It is tempting, in retrospect, to see this African expansion as inevitable once the age of high imperialism began. But it did not feel inevitable in every case to the people making decisions. Often, the process had a familiar imperial rhythm. A local crisis emerged. A trading interest required protection. A missionary appealed for intervention. A settler community demanded support. A rival European power made a move. A treaty was signed. A military expedition followed. A protectorate was declared. Then, afterward, the occupation was explained as reluctant necessity. That pattern repeated itself so often in the history of empire that one begins to see how useful reluctance could be. Empires like to claim that they had been pushed into expansion by circumstance, as if ambition were always the child of emergency rather than its parent. South Africa reveals many of the tensions of this period in concentrated form. British interests there were old, but the region became more central as settler rivalries, indigenous resistance, and the discovery of diamonds and gold sharpened the stakes. The existence of the Boer republics complicated British ambitions, because here was not simply a colonised population to be subordinated, but a white settler polity of European descent that could resist British authority on its own terms. This made South Africa politically and emotionally significant within the empire. It was not merely a frontier. It was a test of whether Britain could shape Southern Africa according to imperial interests, while managing other white communities that did not always accept British leadership. The result was instability that would culminate in war at the century's end. But even before that climax, the region already symbolized a darker truth about high imperialism. British rule was not a single, clean line from metropole to subject. It was a layered conflict involving indigenous peoples, settlers of different origins, racial hierarchies, capital interests, and military force. The empire liked to present itself as a system of law and order. But where land, labour, and mineral wealth were involved, law often followed power rather than restrained it. At the same time, British authority expanded in Eastern and Central Africa through protectorates and chartered ventures. Once again, the older imperial habit of using semi-private agents did not disappear. Chartered companies remained tools of expansion in some regions, though their limits were repeatedly exposed. The imperial state never fully abandoned improvisation. It simply draped it in more official language. There is something revealing in that persistence. Even at the height of imperial confidence, Britain still often relied on the edge to move first. It still allowed adventurers, local officials, traders, or businessmen to create facts on the ground that the government then formalized. This high imperial age also transformed imperial culture at home. The empire became a field of emotional education. Children learned stories of frontier heroism and sacrifice. Public life, celebrated explorers, generals, missionaries, and administrators as if they were saints of national purpose. News from distant wars could stir enormous public feeling. Imperial conferences and jubilees made the empire appear visible and unified. Queen Victoria's jubilees in particular helped tie monarchy to imperial grandeur, presenting the crown as the symbolic heart of a world-spanning family of peoples, even though the reality was far more unequal and fractured. That word, family, mattered very much. The empire increasingly liked to describe itself in familial terms, especially where white settler colonies were concerned. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other settler polities could be imagined as children maturing within a wider imperial household. This language softened power. It made domination sound affectionate, but the family metaphor was selective. Colonized peoples in India, Africa, the Caribbean, and elsewhere were not treated as equal members of that household. The empire was a family only if one ignored the fact that most of its members were denied the standing of adults. Racial thinking therefore became more explicit, more systematized, and more central in the late 19th century. Earlier empire had always involved hierarchies of religion, civilization, and difference. But the age of high imperialism clothed those older prejudices in the language of science, anthropology, and biological destiny. Europeans, and especially Anglo-Saxons in some British narratives, were cast as naturally fitted to rule. Colonized peoples were classified, measured, ranked, and explained as if empire were merely the political expression of nature. This did not create imperial domination, but it gave domination a harder and more self-confident intellectual shell. That intellectual shell helped Britain live with contradictions that might otherwise have been unbearable. How could a society that celebrated liberty also defend authoritarian rule over millions? How could a nation that praised parliamentary government deny meaningful self-rule to those it governed abroad? How could a culture that increasingly condemned certain forms of cruelty accept famine, forced labour systems, land seizure, or punitive expeditions in its colonies? Race helped bridge those contradictions by telling Britons that different standards were appropriate for different peoples. The empire could remain moral in its own eyes because it had decided that its subjects did not all belong to the same moral and political category. India remained central to this worldview. After 1857, the Raj became more self-conscious, more ceremonially imperial, and more suspicious. It invested in administration, infrastructure, and certain reforming projects, but it also hardened racial boundaries and maintained a political system in which ultimate authority rested firmly with British officials. Indian elites could be consulted, used, educated, and honoured, but not entrusted with real sovereignty. The Raj was full of performance, durbars, uniforms, processions, titles, codes, and elaborate rituals of deference. This was not superficial. Ceremony was one of the ways an empire taught itself to believe that hierarchy was stable. The spectacle of order disguised how much effort it took to maintain. Yet India was not passive beneath the spectacle. A new educated middle class was growing. Political consciousness was spreading. English education, law, and print culture, all instruments the British often imagined as civilizing, also helped create new spaces in which Indians could criticize British rule using the empire's own language of rights, justice, and reform. In 1885, the Indian National Congress was founded. At first, it was moderate, constitutional, loyal in tone, and cautious in demand. But its creation matters enormously because it marked the early institutional emergence of Indian nationalism, in a form the British could not easily dismiss as mere disorder. Empire had educated a class of subjects who could now articulate, with increasing force, why imperial promises were incomplete and unequal. That pattern was not unique to India. Across the empire, missionary schools, legal reforms, railways, newspapers, and imperial communications created new kinds of colonial politics. They did not produce nationalism automatically, but they provided tools, languages, and networks through which criticism could travel. This is one of the quiet ironies of high empire. The more connected and administratively ambitious Britain became, the more it helped create the conditions under which its subjects could imagine political futures beyond British rule. Still, in the late 19th century, those futures did not yet appear close. Britain was too powerful, too wealthy, too globally embedded. London remained the financial centre of a vast world economy. The pound was strong. British shipping carried enormous volumes of global trade. The Royal Navy stood at the peak of its prestige. Strategic points across the globe appeared to secure an imperial system that could survive local disturbances and even regional wars. To many observers, the empire looked less like an historical arrangement than like a permanent fact of nature. This sense of permanence reached one of its most theatrical expressions in the celebration of empire itself. The empire was displayed in museums, exhibitions, and imperial pageants as a panorama of resources, peoples, costumes, and landscapes, all ordered under British sovereignty. Such displays were not innocent. They trained the eye to see difference as collectible, manageable, and subordinate. They turned colonized societies into exhibits of imperial possession. The empire became something one could stroll through imaginatively, a world curated for metropolitan consumption. And yet the more it curated itself, the more exposed its tensions became. Expansion in Africa and Asia brought Britain into sharper rivalry with other European powers. Germany, in particular, was beginning to rise as an industrial and naval competitor. Russia remained a strategic concern in Central Asia. France was still active in Africa and Southeast Asia. The empire that seemed supreme was also now tied into a denser international contest. Britain could not simply rest on old advantages. It had to maintain them, display them, and sometimes overreach to preserve them. That overreach would become especially visible in the South African War at the turn of the century. But even before that conflict, the signs were there. High imperialism required more troops, more administrators, more money, more justifications, more management of dissent, and more care in balancing settler aspirations with imperial control. It required the empire not only to exist, but to be constantly narrated. It had to be taught, defended, sentimentalized, and militarized. The empire was at its widest, not simply because it had acquired much, but because it had made possession into a national habit. For the people living under imperial rule, however, the high empire looked very different depending on where one stood. For some settlers, it meant opportunity, land, and political belonging within a global British world. For colonized elites, it might mean access to education and office, but under ceilings that could not be ignored. For peasants and laborers, It could mean taxes, cash crop pressure, labor recruitment, land alienation, and legal systems that seldom felt neutral. For indigenous societies in frontier zones, it often meant invasion in the language of progress. For soldiers recruited into imperial armies, it meant service under a flag that did not promise them equality. The empire's grandeur rested on the fact that it could make these different experiences appear part of one benevolent whole. And so by the end of the 19th century, the British Empire had reached a paradoxical condition. It was more expansive than ever, more integrated into world finance and trade, more confident in its racial and civilizing ideologies, more celebrated in British public life, and more woven into everyday assumptions about national greatness. At the same time, it was also more dependent on performance, more enmeshed in rivalry, more exposed to criticism from colonized subjects, and more reliant on a constant exertion of power to keep its different parts aligned. The empire, at its height, was not relaxed, it was taut. This is the point in the story when the rise begins to cast the longest shadow of the fall. Not because collapse was imminent, it was not. The empire still had enormous resources and would continue to expand and fight and govern well into the 20th century. But the burdens of size, the sharpening of racial politics, the multiplication of rival powers, and the emergence of organized anti-colonial thought all meant that British imperial supremacy was becoming more difficult to sustain than its own pageantry allowed. The empire looked immortal because it had become so skilled at staging its own permanence. But permanence is the favorite illusion of every empire in its grandest hour. The British Empire, in the high noon of the late 19th century, seemed to stand above time itself. It had redrawn maps, compressed distance, trained generations to admire it, and persuaded much of Britain that imperial rule was both useful and just. Yet beneath the flags and ceremonies, beneath the schoolroom maps and patriotic speeches, the deeper truth remained unchanged. It was still an empire made of unequal relationships, strategic anxieties, contested lands, and governed peoples who sooner or later would ask why this world order should last forever. At the turn of the 20th century, the British Empire stood at what seemed, from the outside, like the summit of human reach. It stretched across continents and oceans, linked by shipping lanes, undersea cables, fortified ports, colonial administrations, and an enormous confidence in its own durability. The sun, people like to say, never set on it. The phrase was repeated so often that it began to sound less like a boast than like a law of nature. Somewhere, always, the empire was in daylight. Somewhere, always, its ships were moving, its flags were flying, its officials were writing reports, its soldiers were drilling, its goods were being bought and sold. It seemed permanent because it was always in motion. And yet motion is not the same as peace. The empire that entered the 20th century was not serene. It was burdened by the very scale it celebrated. The age of high imperial confidence had carried Britain far, but it had also left behind a trail of unfinished struggles, rising competitors, racial anxieties, nationalist beginnings, and strategic commitments so wide that they were becoming difficult to balance. The empire was not yet collapsing. In many ways, it was still growing, but something had changed in its atmosphere. The old certainty was beginning to harden into defensiveness. The clearest sign came in South Africa. The South African War, fought from 1899 to 1902, and often called the Second Boer. War was supposed by many in Britain to be a sharp and manageable conflict. Instead, it became a costly, bitter, and morally damaging struggle that exposed the limits of imperial self-confidence. Britain ultimately defeated the Boer republics, but victory came slowly and at a price that unsettled the imperial imagination. Guerrilla resistance prolonged the war. British forces responded with scorched earth tactics and concentration camps for Boer civilians, where many died from disease and deprivation. Black Africans, too, suffered profoundly in a war too often narrated only through white antagonists. The conflict revealed that the empire's military power, though enormous, was not frictionless. It also revealed how quickly imperial moral language could collapse under the pressure of strategic frustration. There is something symbolic about that war. South Africa was not India, not Egypt, not some distant protectorate defended in the name of native improvement. It was a conflict within a white settler world, and that made British brutality harder for many observers at home to explain away. The war shattered some easy assumptions. It suggested that imperial strength might demand uglier methods than patriotic speeches admitted. It also exposed weaknesses in military organisation, public health, and social conditions in Britain itself, since the recruitment process revealed alarming levels of poverty and physical unfitness among many potential soldiers. Empire, in that moment, became a mirror not only of British power, but of British vulnerability. And yet, Britain responded to this humiliation not by retreating from imperial ambition, but by adjusting its methods once again. The empire had always been adaptive when threatened. South Africa after the war would eventually be reorganized into the Union of South Africa in 1910, a self-governing dominion within the empire. This solution reflected a familiar lesson. Where white settler populations were concerned, political accommodation could preserve imperial allegiance better than endless coercion. But that accommodation came with a moral cost. The new political order entrenched white power, marginalizing the black majority and laying deeper foundations for the racial segregation that would later harden into apartheid. The empire often solved one problem by pushing another into the future. By this point, the imperial map was at its broadest and most interconnected. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, India, Egypt, territories in Africa, colonies in the Caribbean, outposts in Asia, and countless strategic islands formed a global structure that seemed beyond challenge. London remained the financial centre of the world. British shipping dominated major routes. The Royal Navy still embodied maritime supremacy. British investors, merchants, insurers, and administrators worked within a system that seemed to convert geography itself into advantage. The empire looked strong, not merely because it was large, but because it had woven itself into the mechanisms of global life. But this was precisely the danger. The empire was now tied to everything. It was tied to sea lanes, to balances of power in Europe, to raw materials, to trade flows, to settler loyalties, to colonial stability, to the security of India, to the route through Suez, to the politics of the Middle East, to naval competition, to the ambitions of Germany and Russia, to the mood of nationalist elites in Asia, and to the confidence of its own public at home. A small island state could still rule a vast empire, but only by maintaining a web of pressures that grew more delicate every year. The stronger the empire looked, the more responsibilities it had to defend. Germany's rise made this especially troubling. By the early 20th century, Germany had become an industrial and military power of the first rank, and its naval challenge to Britain struck at the core of British security. For generations, Britain's advantage had depended on commanding the sea. Naval superiority was not just another policy preference. It was the condition that made empire possible. Once Germany began building a fleet capable of challenging British assumptions, anxiety deepened. The empire could survive colonial unrest, local wars, even diplomatic humiliation in one region or another. But if the seas themselves became contested at the highest level, then the whole logic of British world power came under strain. This is why the years before the First World War feel so tense in retrospect. On the surface, Britain was still the leading imperial state on Earth. But beneath the surface, a new age was arriving. Power was becoming more industrialized, more concentrated, more nationalized, and more technologically destructive. The old imperial methods of flexible superiority and maritime policing were now entangled with the possibility of vast continental war. The empire had grown up in an age when global expansion and European rivalry could often be managed as overlapping but distinct games. In the 20th century, those games were fusing into something more dangerous. Within the empire, meanwhile, politics was shifting in quieter but equally consequential ways. In India, the early Indian National Congress was growing more assertive. British rule still looked secure, but the language of constitutional reform had begun to escape imperial control. Educated Indians were increasingly unwilling to accept that the empire's claims about justice and representation should stop at the point where actual power began. The partition of Bengal in 1905, introduced by the British ostensibly for administrative reasons, was widely perceived as a divide-and-rule measure and provoked intense opposition, Swadeshi campaigns, and political mobilization. What had once seemed manageable elite petitioning was beginning to widen into something more emotionally charged and socially resonant. British officials could still suppress, divide, and co-opt. But the political weather in India was changing. In Ireland too, the empire's internal contradictions pressed against the British state. Ireland was not a colony in the same simple sense as India, or Kenya, or Malaya, yet it had long occupied a deeply unequal place within the imperial system. Demands for home rule sharpened political tensions, and the Irish question remained an unresolved wound at the centre of the United Kingdom itself. This matters because the British Empire was never only overseas. Its habits of hierarchy and union had their own unstable history within the archipelago. The problem of ruling diverse peoples without granting full equality was not confined to distant territories. It was woven into the British state itself. At the level of culture, imperial confidence still blazed. There were pageants, uniforms, jubilees, newspapers full of imperial commentary, schoolrooms where children coloured maps, read and learned names of distant colonies as if they were family possessions. Adventure fiction and patriotic literature continued to turn empire into an emotional landscape of courage, sacrifice, and service. The empire could still enchant. It could still make millions feel that Britain had a civilizing role in history. But enchantment requires repetition. It has to be taught again and again. And the need for so much teaching revealed how much empire depended not just on force abroad, but on faith at home. One can feel this in the language of imperial duty that saturated the period. The empire was not always described as a source of profit or prestige, though it remained both. Increasingly, it was described as a burden, a responsibility, a task of guardianship. That language did important political work. It transformed domination into sacrifice. It suggested that Britain did not rule because it desired power, but because history had forced duty upon it. This was one of the empire's greatest rhetorical achievements. By recasting control as service, it allowed moral self-respect to survive, even in the presence of obvious inequality. Yet the realities on the ground kept intruding. Famines in India during the late 19th century had already raised disturbing questions about imperial priorities, economic doctrine, and the limits of British care for colonial subjects. Racial discrimination was becoming more rigid in many parts of the empire. Labour systems tied to plantations, mines, and settler economies continued to produce suffering on a large scale. Colonial subjects were educated in British law and values, only to discover that those values stopped short of equality. The empire promised order, but its order was always graded. This graded order helps explain one of the most striking features of the British world before 1914. The way self-government expanded for some while, exclusion deepened for others. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa moved toward greater autonomy within the imperial framework. Their settler populations were increasingly treated as partners in a larger British world. But that partnership was racialized from the start. Indigenous peoples were excluded, subordinated, or pushed aside. Non-white migrants were restricted. White dominion status was not simply a constitutional category. It was a declaration about who counted as fit for shared sovereignty. The empire's liberal face and its racial hierarchy were not opposites. They supported one another. By 1914 then, the British Empire stood in an extraordinary and precarious position. It was at or near its maximum territorial reach. It retained unmatched global connections. It still enjoyed immense prestige. Yet it was also carrying more weight than ever before. It had to defend routes from the Channel to Singapore, from Gibraltar to Cape Town. It had to manage India, placate settler dominions, monitor unrest in colonies, watch rival powers, and preserve naval superiority under growing technological pressure. Its leaders might still speak the language of stability, but the structure itself had become more tightly wound than at any earlier point in its history. When the First World War came, it did not arrive in an empty imperial world. It struck an empire already under strain, already overextended in subtle ways, already dependent on the assumption that Britain could coordinate global power better than any rival. The war would test that assumption to the limit. It would draw millions from across the empire into a conflict born in Europe, but fought on a global scale. It would expose the empire's strength because Britain could call on soldiers, labour, money, food, and resources from across its domains, but it would also expose the empire's fragility because once colonised peoples had fought, sacrificed, and seen the metropole at close range, the old language of distant and unquestioned superiority would be harder to sustain. Looking back, The years just before the First World War resemble the moment before a storm breaks over an immense sea. The surface still shines. The fleet is in motion. The charts are clear. The officers are confident. But the air has changed, and those who are sensitive enough can feel it. The empire, at its summit, was not the calm monument later nostalgia imagined. It was a living structure under pressure, dazzling in reach, but dependent on assumptions that modern war would soon challenge with terrible force. This is why the Edwardian Empire, for all its ceremony and strength, should not be mistaken for a final perfected form. It was the empire at maximum extension. Yes, but maximum extension is not the same as maximum security. A system spread across the world can look invincible right up until the moment the world itself changes. Britain entered the 20th century believing that its empire represented the highest organization of power, trade, and civilization yet achieved by any nation. In one sense, that belief was understandable. In another, it was the most dangerous belief the empire had ever held. Because the larger and more confident an empire becomes, the harder it is for it to imagine that history has not finished with it. When the First World War began in August 1914, the British Empire did not enter it as a nation alone. It entered it as a world. That is one of the most important truths in the whole story of imperial rise and fall. Britain declared war, but the war that followed was never only Britain's war. Men, money, food, ships, animals, labourers, raw materials, and hope were drawn in from across the imperial system. The empire that had been built over centuries through trade, conquest, settlement, coercion, and administration now revealed another aspect of itself. It was a reservoir of strength on a scale few other states could match. India sent soldiers. Canada sent troops and resources. Australia and New Zealand joined almost immediately. African colonies contributed labour and manpower. The Caribbean contributed soldiers and workers. The empire's far-flung territories became supply lines, recruitment grounds, strategic way stations, and battlefronts. In one sense, the war proved the extraordinary power of the British imperial system. In another, it began to destroy the assumptions on which that system rested. At first, the old imperial confidence seemed justified. Britain could draw on a global network of ports, routes, and loyal dominions. The Royal Navy remained a decisive instrument, enforcing blockade and helping secure communications. Imperial manpower gave the British war effort depth. The empire appeared not as a burden, but as an advantage beyond price. British leaders had long argued that empire made Britain stronger, more secure, more resilient. In the first months of the war, that claim looked true. But war on this scale changes the meaning of everything it touches. The First World War was not a colonial campaign, not a limited war fought at the edges, not an expedition to discipline a frontier or secure a canal. It was industrial slaughter between great powers, and once it widened, it forced the empire into a new relationship with violence. The war consumed lives at a pace that earlier imperial conflicts had not approached. Trenches, machine guns, artillery barrages, poison gas, submarine warfare, and the relentless pressure of total mobilization turned the conflict into a furnace. The empire could feed that furnace, but it could not emerge from it unchanged. The dominions entered the war with a sense of loyalty and shared British identity that was still powerful in 1914. Many in Canada, Australia, and New Zealand saw themselves as part of a wider British civilization and regarded participation in the war as natural, even honourable. Yet the very act of sacrifice began to alter the relationship. Fighting for Britain was one thing. Dying in such numbers, in such horrific conditions, created a sharper sense of separate nationhood. Shared war service did not dissolve the empire immediately, but it deepened the idea that the dominions were not merely extensions of Britain. They were communities that had bled in their own right. One can see this especially in the emotional memory of battle. For Australia and New Zealand, Gallipoli became a founding wound. The campaign of 1915, launched against the Ottoman Empire at the Dardanelles, ended in failure and terrible loss. But it acquired enormous symbolic weight in both countries. It was remembered not simply as an imperial operation, but as a moment in which Australians and New Zealanders discovered themselves through suffering. Canada, too, found such moments, especially in the battles that later entered national memory, as proof of distinct endurance and sacrifice. The Empire had brought these societies into war under the British flag, yet war also taught them to imagine themselves with greater independence. India's role was even more revealing and more tragic. Over 1 million Indian soldiers and labourers served overseas during the war, fighting in Europe, the Middle East and Africa. India was indispensable to the imperial war effort. Its manpower and resources sustained Britain in ways that imperial rhetoric had always promised but never before tested at such scale. Yet this immense contribution sharpened political expectations. If Indian blood could be spent in defence of the empire, then surely Indian claims to dignity, reform, and political advancement could no longer be treated as peripheral. The war strengthened Indian nationalism, not because it immediately liberated India, but because it exposed the contradiction between imperial dependence on Indian loyalty and imperial refusal to offer meaningful equality. That contradiction would only deepen as the war went on. British propaganda spoke the language of civilization, liberty, and the rights of nations. Yet millions of imperial subjects lived under rule that denied them those very principles. In Europe, the war was often framed as a struggle against aggression and for the preservation of small nations. In the Empire, people could not help hearing the irony. The Empire demanded devotion in the name of values. It rationed by race and hierarchy. The war also widened the Empire's geographical importance. The Ottoman Empire's entry into the conflict made the Middle East a major theatre, and British imperial strategy there was shaped not only by wartime needs, but by longer imperial habits. Egypt and the Suez Canal were vital. Mesopotamia drew British interest because of oil, routes, and the defence of India. The campaign in Mesopotamia, launched partly from imperial confidence, soon showed how dangerous such confidence could be. Poor planning, disease, underestimation, and logistical strain produced catastrophe, most famously in the siege and surrender at Kut in 1916. Once again, the empire discovered that scale and prestige did not abolish incompetence or limit disaster. Yet if the war exposed weakness, it also enlarged British imperial reach in a more immediate sense. The defeat of Germany and the collapse of the Ottoman Empire brought new territories under British control or influence after 1918. under the mandate system that followed the war, Britain acquired responsibility for places such as Iraq and Palestine, while also expanding its position in former German colonies. On paper, the empire appeared to grow. Indeed, after the First World War, it reached its maximum territorial extent. This is one of the deepest paradoxes in the whole story. The British Empire came closest to its greatest size at the very moment the forces that would destroy it were gathering strength. Because the war altered more than boundaries. It altered belief. It altered the moral atmosphere in which empire operated. It altered how subjects and citizens understood sacrifice, state power, and political obligation. The old imperial order had depended not simply on force, but on gradations of legitimacy. Many colonized peoples did not accept British rule gladly, but the empire still relied on a mixture of prestige, fear, local alliances, reform promises, and the aura of British competence. The war damaged that aura. It showed that the rulers of the empire could waste life on a colossal scale. It showed that white European civilization, which imperial ideology had so often treated as the summit of order and reason, was capable of mechanized barbarism beyond anything it claimed to be correcting elsewhere. That realization did not immediately destroy imperial rule, but it made it harder to believe in the innocence of empire. For colonial intellectuals, activists, soldiers, and workers, the war became a school of political clarity. They'd seen the empire in crisis. They'd seen Britain vulnerable. They'd heard speeches about justice and self-determination. Some had travelled far from home and discovered both the strength and fragility of the imperial centre. Such experiences mattered. They widened political imagination. In India, the post-war years proved just how unstable the imperial compact had become. During the war, British officials had made reformist gestures and implied that loyal service would be followed by political progress. But after the war, repression and hesitation quickly darkened those promises. The roll attacks of 1919, which extended emergency wartime measures, were received with outrage. Then came the massacre at Amritsar in April 1919, when troops under Brigadier General Reginald Dyer fired on a peaceful gathering in Jallianwala Bagh, killing hundreds. There are moments in imperial history when the mask drops so completely that it cannot be easily restored. Amritsar was one of those moments. The massacre burned itself into Indian political memory. It was not merely an atrocity, though it was that. It was a revelation. It showed, with unbearable clarity, what lay beneath the empire's claims to justice when authority felt threatened. British responses only deepened the wound. Some condemned Dyer. Others defended him. That division itself was instructive. It revealed how much of the empire's moral self-image could collapse into racial fear the moment imperial supremacy was challenged. After Amritsar, Indian nationalism could no longer be contained within the older faith that gradual constitutional reform under British tutelage would be enough. This was the political world into which Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi rose to central prominence. Gandhi did not invent Indian nationalism, but he transformed its scale, method, and emotional force. His politics of non-cooperation, mass mobilization, and moral challenge allowed anti-colonial resistance to move beyond elite petitioning. He spoke in a vocabulary that was at once ethical, political, and deeply unsettling to British rule. An empire trained to handle conspiracies, mutinies, and elite negotiation found mass non-violent resistance much harder to answer without exposing itself. Gandhi's importance lies not only in what he demanded, but in how he changed the terrain on which imperial legitimacy was contested. Elsewhere in the empire too, the war's aftermath brought unrest. In Egypt, nationalist agitation intensified. In Iraq, Britain faced rebellion in 1920 against its new mandate rule. In Ireland, the struggle for independence moved into a revolutionary phase. The empire that had entered the war as a mighty structure of loyalty and command emerged facing a more turbulent world, one in which the language of national self-determination had escaped the conference table and entered the streets. Ireland deserves special attention in this phase because its story cuts so close to the imperial core. The Easter Rising of 1916 had initially been crushed, but British executions helped transform public feeling. The subsequent Irish War of Independence, fought from 1919 to 1921, ended with the creation of the Irish Free State, while Northern Ireland remained within the United Kingdom. For the Empire, this was profoundly unsettling. Ireland was not some distant colony on another continent. It was a neighbouring island whose long subordination had always exposed the violence and asymmetry inside British constitutionalism. Irish independence showed that the British state could still be forced to relinquish control close to home, and it offered inspiration to anti-colonial movements elsewhere. Yet, even after all this, the empire in the 1920s was still immense. It had survived the greatest war in human history. It had expanded territorially. Its naval and financial power, though strained, remained formidable. The dominions were still loyal, though more assertive. India was restless, but not yet free. Much of Africa remained firmly under British control. The Middle East, though unstable, had been drawn into Britain's orbit in new ways. If one looked only at maps, the empire still seemed to tower over the world. But maps had always hidden as much as they revealed. They showed territory, not conviction. They showed boundaries, not consent. They showed the colour of possession, not the cost of keeping it. The First World War had changed the chemistry of empire. It had made sacrifice universal and authority more questionable. It had enlarged the imperial state while weakening the moral assumptions that sustained it. Britain still ruled, but it ruled in a world more politically awake than the one it had known in 1914. The old language of permanence was therefore becoming harder to sustain. British leaders still spoke of imperial unity. Ceremonies still celebrated imperial greatness. School children still saw red on the map. Yet the experience of war had made it impossible to return fully to the innocence of late Victorian confidence. Too much had been seen. Too many promises had been made. Too much blood had been spent by peoples who were expected, afterward, to resume their old subordinate places. This is what makes the First World War such a turning point in the story of imperial rise and fall. It did not bring the empire down. Far from it. In terms of reach, the empire was larger afterward than before. But it changed the empire's future direction. It turned what had been a structure of expanding confidence into one of increasing negotiation, repression, reform, and delay. Britain was still powerful enough to maintain rule, but less able to persuade the ruled that such rule belonged to the natural order. If the 19th century had been the age in which Britain taught itself to believe in empire's permanence, the years after 1918 were the beginning of the age in which that permanence had to be defended against history itself. The empire remained standing, but it no longer stood in the same world. It had gone through fire, and although it had survived, the flames had reached its foundations. The empire that emerged from the First World War was larger than ever, and less secure than it had ever imagined possible. This is one of the strangest moments in the whole history of British power. On the map, Britain seemed triumphant. It had helped defeat Germany. It had gained new territories and mandates. Its flag still flew over an astonishing share of the globe. London remained one of the world's great capitals of finance, diplomacy, and trade. The navy still mattered immensely. The dominions were still linked to Britain. India was still under imperial rule. Africa remained partitioned. The Middle East had been rearranged in ways that seemed to extend British influence. From a distance, the empire looked not wounded, but vindicated. But empires do not live on maps alone. They live in the minds of rulers and ruled, in the rhythms of money and transport, in the willingness of people to obey, in the ability of the state to command sacrifice without breaking the belief that sacrifice is meaningful. The war had damaged all of that. It had widened horizons. It had made colonial subjects more politically alert. It had exhausted Britain financially and morally, even in victory. The interwar years, then, were not simply a pause between crises. They were the period in which the empire tried to preserve its size, while the world beneath it was changing shape. One of the most revealing features of this period is that Britain increasingly governed through a mixture of concession and repression. That had always been part of the imperial method, but now it became more conscious, more strained, more visible. The empire could no longer rely on the old confidence that progress under British leadership would automatically quiet discontent. Too many people had already begun imagining futures beyond British rule. So the state adapted. It offered reforms where reforms seemed safer than force. It used force where reforms seemed too dangerous. It promised gradual advancement while postponing the transfer of actual power. It spoke of partnership while preserving hierarchy. The empire was learning to survive politically in an age when direct confidence had begun to leak away. India remained the central test. It had become, by now, the place where the empire's future would be most decisively judged. British rule still looked immensely powerful. It had armies, railways, bureaucracies, allies among princes, police, courts, and a deeply rooted administrative tradition. But the aftershock of Amritsar had changed the political climate. Gandhi's emergence as a mass leader transformed nationalism from a movement largely led by educated elites into something wider, more emotionally resonant, and more difficult to isolate. His politics drew on moral discipline, public suffering, and the refusal to cooperate with unjust authority. This was deeply unsettling for the British, because it did not fit neatly into the imperial categories of revolt or sedition. It attacked the empire not merely as a power, but as a claim to legitimacy. The non-cooperation movement of the early 1920s showed what this new style of politics could do. British rule had long depended on the daily participation of clerks, lawyers, teachers, local elites, and ordinary subjects in the machinery of empire. If enough people withdrew cooperation, even selectively, that machinery began to wobble. The empire could still arrest leaders, censor publications, and deploy force. But every such act risked exposing the coercion that lay beneath its language of justice. The more Britain insisted that it ruled India for India's benefit, the more awkward it became to answer non-violent resistance with prison cells and batons. And yet British power did not collapse. That is important. It bent, adapted, and delayed. It used constitutional reform as both promise and instrument. Commissions were appointed, reports were written, limited concessions were discussed, but the tempo of reform was always slower than the tempo of Indian expectation. This gap between promise and delivery became one of the defining features of late empire. Britain no longer believed it could simply deny that change was coming. Instead, it tried to choreograph change in ways that would preserve British influence for as long as possible. The empire became a master of managed transition before it had fully accepted that transition would end in departure. The Salt March of 1930 captured much of this tension in a single image. Gandhi walking to the sea to make salt was, on the surface, a simple act. Yet it was brilliant in its symbolism. Salt touched everyone. The law that made it a state monopoly was both mundane and unjust, in a way ordinary people could understand. By breaking that law, Gandhi exposed the pettiness and reach of imperial power at once. The British could not easily laugh it off, because the act was serious. They could not crush it without seeming absurdly frightened of moral theatre. The empire, for all its armies and codes, found itself challenged by a man lifting handfuls of salt. This is the paradox of late imperial rule. The empire still had immense coercive strength, but its opponents increasingly understood that power also depended on performance. If Britain claimed to embody reason, order, and fairness, then anti-colonial movements could turn these claims against it. The empire became vulnerable not only to armed rebellion, but to exposure. Every prison sentence, every censorship order, every rifle shot into a crowd could become evidence in a larger moral case against imperial rule. Beyond India, the interwar empire was full of similar tensions. In Egypt, nominal independence was granted in 1922, but British influence remained heavy, especially because of the strategic importance of the Suez Canal. This was characteristic of Britain's interwar imperial style. Formal sovereignty could be loosened, while real control persisted through treaties, military presence, finance, and political leverage. The empire increasingly learned how to rule without always ruling openly. Direct annexation was no longer always necessary. Influence, supervision, and strategic dominance could sometimes do the same work more flexibly. In Iraq, too, Britain confronted the limits of its post-war ambitions. The mandate system had dressed conquest in the language of international responsibility, but local populations often recognized it for what it was: empire by another name. Revolt in Iraq in 1920 exposed how fragile Britain's new position could be. The cost of direct occupation, both in money and in political legitimacy, soon looked unattractive. So Britain adjusted, backing a monarchy and preserving influence without shouldering every burden of formal rule. This pattern would recur elsewhere. As the empire matured into its late phase, it increasingly relied on indirect control, treaty structures, and elite partnerships. It was still empire, but often in a more veiled form. In Africa, British rule remained firm, but the foundations of future opposition were quietly deepening. Urbanization, labor migration, missionary education, cash crop economies, and colonial administration were changing African societies profoundly. Colonized populations were drawn into imperial economic systems that altered land use, labor expectations, and social relations. Chiefs were sometimes empowered as intermediaries, sometimes undermined. New elites emerged in mission schools and colonial towns. Newspapers, associations, and labor movements began to develop. None of this meant immediate decolonization. Far from it. But it meant that the empire was steadily creating the social worlds in which later anti-colonial politics would grow. At the same time, the dominions were moving farther along the path toward autonomy. This did not yet mean complete separation from Britain, but it did mean that the old imperial hierarchy among white settler societies was fading. The First World War had strengthened their sense of nationhood, and the interwar years gave that change constitutional form. Britain was no longer the unquestioned centre in the same way. The dominions increasingly acted as self-governing nations within a common imperial framework. This culminated in the Statute of Westminster in 1931, which recognised the legislative equality of Britain and the self-governing dominions. In effect, the empire was being quietly transformed from above, even as it was being challenged from below. That transformation matters because it reveals how differently the empire treated different kinds of subjects. White settler polities were moving toward equality within a shared British world. India, Egypt, Iraq, and African colonies were offered something very different: delayed advancement, partial consultation, indirect rule, and constant reminders that they were not yet ready for full self-government. The racial structure of empire could hardly have been clearer. Partnership was available, but not on equal terms for all. The interwar years also brought economic strain. The Great Depression hit the world economy with enormous force, and empires were not sheltered from it. Trade contracted, commodity prices fell, colonial economies built around exporting particular crops or raw materials suffered deeply. Unemployment, debt, and hardship widened social tension across the imperial world. Britain responded in part by tightening economic ties within the empire, using imperial preference to shelter trade and sustain a measure of internal economic coordination. This gave the empire a renewed practical value in British eyes. At a time of global instability, empire could seem like a protected zone, a system of mutual support. But that same economic tightening also made clear that the empire was no longer only a mission or a prestige project. It was a lifeline in an age of insecurity. Political extremism elsewhere in the world further sharpened Britain's imperial dilemmas. The rise of fascism in Europe and militarism in Japan changed the strategic environment dramatically. Suddenly, the empire was not only dealing with nationalist agitation within its territories, but with external threats that could exploit internal weakness. Japan's growing power in East Asia was especially troubling because it challenged the assumptions behind British security in Asia and the Pacific. The empire had long relied on naval dominance and the belief that distance, combined with maritime strength, could protect its eastern possessions. That belief was becoming harder to sustain. Still, to many Britons in the 1930s, the empire continued to feel indispensable. It was an economic zone, a field of strategic bases, a source of raw materials, a network of peoples tied to Britain in different ways, and a symbol of national stature at a time when Europe seemed increasingly unstable. If the empire had once been sold as a civilizing mission, it was now also sold as a structure of resilience. Britain, anxious about decline yet unwilling to name it, held tighter to imperial connection as proof that it remained a world power. But the contradictions were becoming sharper. The empire defended liberty against totalitarianism in its public rhetoric, yet denied liberty in graded forms across much of its colonial world. It praised self-government where dominions were concerned, yet delayed it elsewhere. It relied on colonial manpower and resources, yet hesitated to concede that loyalty purchased rights. It feared external enemies, yet continued to alienate many of those whose support it would need if a larger war came. This is what gives the interwar empire its haunted quality. It was not dead. It was not even obviously dying to many contemporaries. It still possessed enormous reach, administrative capability, and strategic weight. Yet it was increasingly forced to improvise politically, to compromise constitutionally, and to defend itself morally in ways that a more confident empire had not needed. It had become, in a sense, an empire of postponement. Every reform promised a later settlement. Every crisis was managed in hope of delay. Every concession was shaped to preserve ultimate control for a little longer. And then, looming at the edge of all this, came the possibility of another world war. Britain entered the late 1930s with an empire still sprawling, still useful, still powerful, but also more exposed than its ceremonial language admitted. The next war would demand resources on an even greater scale than the last. It would test not only the empire's strength, but its moral coherence. Could Britain fight again for freedom while still ruling millions without consent? Could it ask colonized peoples to defend an imperial order that had already begun to deny them a future on equal terms? Those questions were no longer distant. They were approaching fast. The interwar years, then, were the long twilight before the final imperial crisis. The empire adjusted, disguised itself, granted reforms, withheld power, relied on dominions, held India, managed unrest, and persuaded itself that time remained on its side. But time, by then, was beginning to work for its opponents. Nationalism was maturing. Economic shocks were reshaping loyalties. Strategic threats were multiplying. The empire still stood, but it stood on a world growing less patient with the old hierarchies. In the 19th century, Britain had believed it could organize much of the globe. In the interwar period, it increasingly found itself managing the consequences of that achievement. Its empire was no longer rising in the old sense. It was holding, adjusting, deferring, and hoping. That may not sound dramatic, but it is often how great structures begin to fail. Not with a single collapse, but with a prolonged effort to remain what they have already ceased fully to be. The Second World War did not simply weaken the British Empire. It exposed, accelerated, and in many ways finalized the forces that had been gathering against it for decades. If the First World War had shaken imperial confidence while leaving the imperial structure largely intact, the Second Global War drove much deeper into the foundations. It demanded everything: ships, fuel, food, money, steel, aircraft, labor, soldiers, political loyalty, moral credibility, and endurance on a scale that even Britain's vast imperial network could barely sustain. The empire fought as a giant, but it emerged from the struggle, diminished in ways that no triumphal speech could disguise. At the beginning, however, the old reflex still held. Britain went to war in 1939 and once again called upon its imperial world. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, India, African colonies, the Caribbean, Southeast Asian possessions, Middle Eastern territories, all became part of the war effort in one way or another. Imperial manpower and resources poured into the conflict. Soldiers from India fought in North Africa, Italy, and Burma. African troops and labourers served in multiple theatres. Caribbean volunteers joined British forces. Dominion troops again fought under conditions that deepened both loyalty and independent national consciousness. The empire still worked, in the most practical and brutal sense. It could still mobilise lives across continents, and yet the context was completely different now. Britain was no longer the unchallenged industrial and financial centre it had once been. It faced a Germany of terrifying military power, and a Japan capable of shattering long-held assumptions about European superiority in Asia. It depended increasingly on the support of the United States, both materially and strategically. That dependence matters enormously. Empires can survive military danger more easily than they can survive the loss of self-sufficiency. By the middle of the war, Britain was no longer fighting as an imperial master fully in command of its own resources. It was fighting as a great power whose survival increasingly relied on an ally, larger, richer, and in some respects less committed to preserving old colonial structures. The moral atmosphere of the war also sharpened imperial contradictions beyond anything Britain had faced before. This was a war against fascism, dictatorship, racial supremacy, and conquest. British rhetoric emphasised freedom, civilization, endurance, and the defence of a just order. But millions of colonial subjects heard these words while living under imperial rule themselves. The contradiction was no longer subtle. How could Britain claim to be fighting for liberty while denying self-government to India? How could it condemn racist ideology abroad while maintaining racial hierarchy across much of its empire? These questions were not academic. They became political facts, alive in speeches, newspapers, barracks, prisons, and conversations across the colonial world. No part of the empire made this contradiction more explosive than India. India was again central to Britain's war effort, strategically and materially. Its manpower was indispensable. The Indian Army expanded enormously during the war and became one of the largest volunteer forces in history. Yet Britain entered the war without consulting Indian political leaders in any meaningful way. India was committed because it was ruled, not because it had chosen. That fact deepened nationalist anger from the start. The crisis sharpened in 1942. Japanese victories in Southeast Asia had shattered British prestige in the East. Malaya fell. Singapore fell. Burma was invaded. These were not merely military defeats. They were psychic blows to the imperial idea itself. For generations, British authority in Asia had rested partly on an aura of competence and superiority. The fall of Singapore in February 1942, in particular, was devastating. This supposedly impregnable fortress, one of the key symbols of British power in Asia, collapsed under Japanese assault with shocking speed. The empire had told itself that its eastern defences embodied permanence. Suddenly, permanence looked brittle. The Japanese advance did more than humiliate Britain. It opened political possibilities. Across Asia, colonised peoples watched European empires fall with astonishment. Some welcomed Japanese forces as liberators at first, though the reality of Japanese occupation soon revealed its own brutal imperialism. Others simply absorbed the deeper lesson. Europeans could be beaten. The white imperial world was not invincible. That lesson could not be unlearned. In India, the war years became a turning point. The failure of constitutional negotiations, British reluctance to promise full independence, and the urgency of the moment all fed a more confrontational politics. In August 1942, the Indian National Congress launched the Quit India movement, demanding an end to British rule. The British response was immediate and repressive. Leaders were arrested, demonstrations were broken up, communications were controlled. Yet repression no longer restored confidence the way it might once have done. It only underlined how fragile British legitimacy had become. An empire that needed India desperately for war could no longer easily pretend that India's political future could be postponed indefinitely. The war in India also brought suffering on another scale. Famine. The Bengal famine of 1943 killed a vast number of people, and while famine had many causes, including wartime disruption, crop failures, inflation, and failures of distribution, the catastrophe became inseparable from the moral indictment of British rule. Imperial systems often reveal their true priorities most clearly in moments of scarcity. The famine suggested to many Indians that the empire, for all its claims to order and guardianship, could not or would not protect colonial subjects when it mattered most. The political meaning of that failure was immense. Empires can survive cruelty longer than they can survive the loss of belief that they are necessary. At the same time, Subhas Chandra Bose and the Indian National Army added another layer of complexity. Though Bose's alignment with Axis powers remains deeply controversial and cannot be separated from that context, his effort to build an armed anti-British force from Indian prisoners of war and expatriates symbolised something Britain could not ignore. Indian nationalism now had multiple forms, and not all of them were constitutional or non-violent. Even where the INA was militarily limited, its later political resonance mattered. It showed that loyalty in the colonial army, long one of the empire's central pillars, could no longer be treated as automatic. Elsewhere in the empire, the war also transformed political consciousness. African soldiers returned with wider horizons and altered expectations. Colonial economies had been mobilized intensively, drawing more people into wage labor, transport networks, and state systems. Urban growth accelerated in some places. Wartime pressures increased taxation, requisitioning, and intervention. All of this expanded the state's reach, but it also expanded colonial society's awareness of the state, its weaknesses, and its dependencies. War strengthened empire as a machine of extraction, even as it weakened empire as a believable moral order. the dominions moved farther away from Britain as well, though not in the same confrontational way. Canada, Australia, and New Zealand remained major contributors to the Allied cause. But the war clarified their separate national identities even more sharply. Their military and diplomatic ties increasingly involved the United States alongside Britain. Australia's wartime strategic turn toward American support after the Japanese advance was especially revealing. The old assumption that Britain could always defend the settler dominions in the Pacific had been broken. Imperial sentiment survived, but strategic faith had changed. The Middle East, too, exposed the empire's unstable position. Oil, routes, and wartime communications made the region vital. Britain sought to maintain influence through military presence and political intervention, but wartime pressures intensified local nationalism and made imperial control more difficult to justify. The empire could still maneuver, but it did so in an international environment increasingly shaped by anti-colonial language, American scrutiny, Soviet hostility to Western imperialism, and rising local resistance. All of this unfolded while Britain itself was being transformed by war. The Blitz, economic mobilization, rationing, devastation, debt, and dependence on American aid altered the British state and public profoundly. Victory in 1945 was real, heroic, and deeply felt. Britain had survived a mortal threat and helped defeat Nazi Germany. But victory did not restore the empire's old condition. It came at the cost of exhaustion. Britain was financially strained, materially weakened, and increasingly unable to bear the military and administrative burdens of global empire on the old scale. This is where the war becomes the true hinge between imperial supremacy and imperial retreat. The empire had survived, but survival was no longer the same thing as mastery. Britain emerged from 1945 with prestige from victory, yes, but not with the resources to govern indefinitely through prestige alone. The world after the war was harsher to empires. The United States, though not consistently anti-colonial in practice, often pressed against older imperial monopolies and assumptions. The Soviet Union championed anti-imperial rhetoric for its own strategic reasons. The newly founded United Nations created a language of rights, trusteeship, and self-determination that colonial nationalists could invoke. Public opinion globally had shifted. The war against fascism had made naked hierarchies harder to defend. And there was another, quieter change. The people of the empire had seen too much. They had served in armies, worked in war industries, travelled across oceans, encountered other societies, heard modern political language, and watched white powers bleed. Colonial subjects were no longer so easily contained within the psychological boundaries of 19th century imperial rule. The war widened political imagination. It made independence seem not only desirable, but possible. This is why the years immediately after 1945 moved so quickly. The British Empire still possessed troops, administrators, and legal authority. It still governed India, much of Africa, large territories in Southeast Asia, colonies in the Caribbean, and strategic positions around the world. But the political will and practical capacity to hold all this together had been badly eroded. British leaders increasingly knew that they could not preserve the empire intact forever. The question was no longer whether major change would come. It was where when, and how fast? India would provide the answer sooner than many had expected. The war had made British rule there almost impossible to sustain in the long term. Nationalism was too broad, the contradictions too sharp, the costs too high. What had once been the crown jewel of empire was becoming the place where the empire's right to exist would be decided. Once Britain lost India, the psychological centre of the empire would be gone. Other possessions might remain, but the old imperial world would never be the same. And so the Second World War, like the First, left the empire territorially still vast. But unlike the First, it destroyed much of the remaining illusion that imperial rule could continue as the organising principle of Britain's future. The war did not produce immediate universal decolonisation. There would still be years of conflict, denial, negotiation, retreat, and violence ahead. But after 1945, the story had changed irreversibly. The British Empire was no longer trying to rise and not merely trying to hold. It had entered the age of dismantling, whether it admitted that fact or not. There is something tragic in that transition. The empire had summoned the world twice to fight for survival. In both wars, it had relied on the labour, loyalty, and blood of the peoples it ruled. Yet by doing so, it had taught those peoples how essential they were, how vulnerable Britain could be, and how hollow imperial claims sounded when measured against sacrifice. The empire survived its greatest external enemies, only to discover that the deeper danger now lay within its own exhausted structure. This is the cruel logic of great imperial systems. The very scale that gives them strength in war can make them impossible to preserve in peace. Britain's empire had become too vast, too politically awakened, too expensive, too morally compromised, and too exposed to a changing world to continue in its old form. The war did not make that truth from nothing. It forced it into the open. By 1945 then, Britain still stood victorious, but it stood in a different history. The empire remained on the map, but its future had begun to drain away. The world it had dominated for generations was moving towards something else. And for the first time, even many Britons could sense that the movement might not be reversible. The end of empire did not arrive as one clean moment of surrender. It came in arguments, midnight meetings, emergency plans, train stations, burning neighbourhoods, border lines drawn on paper, soldiers waiting in the heat, and crowds moving with fear in their eyes. It came with speeches about freedom and with silences about responsibility. It came, above all, in India. For generations, India had been called the jewel in the crown, the central possession without which Britain's imperial system would have been something fundamentally smaller. That was true, not only in a strategic sense, but in an imaginative one. India made Britain feel like a world power of a special order. To rule India was to believe that distance, scale, and diversity themselves could be mastered. Once Britain accepted that India would be lost, the old imperial future became impossible to picture in the same way. By the end of the Second World War, the logic was undeniable, even if many British officials and politicians still flinched from saying so openly. Britain was exhausted. The war had drained its finances, weakened its military freedom of action, deepened its reliance on the United States, and transformed the international climate against empire. India itself had become politically ungovernable in the old style. Nationalism was no longer confined to a class of petitioners. It had entered the streets, the countryside, the imagination, and even the armed forces in unsettling ways. The Indian National Congress had mass support. The Muslim League had grown in power and insisted with increasing force on the claim that Muslims in India required a separate political future. The British could still jail leaders, delay decisions, and deploy troops. But delay had ceased to be a solution. Every postponement now made the final reckoning more dangerous. There was also a darker pressure building beneath formal politics. Distrust between communities, especially between many Hindus and Muslims, sharpened by years of political competition, British constitutional manoeuvring, and the fear that one group's independence might become another group's subordination. The British had long governed partly by categorizing, balancing, and negotiating through communal identities. Now, those habits helped turn political difference into a question of existential security. The empire that had promised order was approaching departure in a landscape it had helped make more fragile. In 1947, Britain decided to leave. That sentence sounds simple only because history compresses what people live through. In reality, the decision was hurried, improvised, and burdened with impossible timing. Power would be transferred not to one united post-colonial state, but to two dominions, India and Pakistan. Partition, once a demand, then a bargaining position, then a looming possibility, became reality. Lines would be drawn across Punjab and Bengal. A subcontinent would be divided by law faster than human beings could divide their memories, loyalties, fears, and homes. The human consequences were catastrophic. Partition unleashed one of the largest and most violent forced migrations in modern history. Millions crossed borders in both directions. Hindus and Sikhs fled from areas that became Pakistan. Muslims fled from areas that remained in India. Trains arrived full of corpses. Villages were emptied. Women were abducted, assaulted, and murdered. Families vanished into roads thick with dust and panic. The exact numbers remain debated, but the scale of suffering was immense. Freedom came, but it came braided with terror. This is one of the most important truths about the fall of the British Empire. Its retreat did not always look like dignified constitutional sunset. In India, the empire's end was accompanied by one of the greatest tragedies of the 20th century. Britain did not create every hatred that erupted in 1947, and responsibility for violence cannot be reduced to one actor alone. But British rule had shaped the political conditions in which division hardened, and Britain's rushed withdrawal helped ensure that partition took place under conditions of terrible instability. The empire that had long justified itself as the guardian of order left behind chaos on a scale that mocked its own claims. And yet even in that chaos, there was undeniable transformation. India became independent. Pakistan became independent. The old imperial centre had relinquished its greatest possession. The psychological effect on Britain was enormous. For nearly 2 centuries, India had stood at the heart of imperial identity. Statesmen, soldiers, merchants, missionaries, and monarchs had all been taught to treat India as proof of Britain's world role. Now, that proof was gone. Once the jewel in the crown was removed, the crown itself looked different, lighter perhaps, but also strangely exposed. The loss of India did not end the empire overnight. Far from it. Britain still controlled large parts of Africa, colonies in Southeast Asia, territories in the Caribbean, holdings in the Mediterranean, and various strategic outposts around the globe. But after 1947, the empire was no longer a system moving toward future greatness. It was a system in managed retreat, even if the management was uneven, reluctant, and often violent. India made that retreat undeniable. It forced British policymakers to confront a reality they had long tried to postpone. Empire could not be preserved indefinitely by reform, delay, and selective coercion. Burma and Ceylon followed soon after, achieving independence in 1948. Their departures reinforced the sense that Asia was slipping out of Britain's imperial grasp. In Palestine, British rule was collapsing under the combined pressure of Zionist militancy, Arab opposition, international scrutiny, and imperial fatigue. Britain withdrew in 1948, leaving behind another landscape of conflict whose consequences would echo for generations. The empire was no longer even able to control the terms of some of its exits. It was leaving under pressure, often with exhausted hands and unresolved obligations. At home, British politics reflected the strange mixture of realism and denial that marks imperial decline. Many people understood that the old empire couldn't survive in its 19th century form. Yet the habit of imperial thinking remained deep. Britain still imagined itself as a world power. It still held bases, commanded armed forces, and sat among the victors of the war. The Commonwealth offered a new language, less domineering in tone, more voluntary in principle. Former colonies and dominions might remain linked by history, law, monarchy, language, and trade. In this sense, Britain sought not just to abandon empire, but to transform it into something gentler, or at least something that could preserve influence without the same overt political control. There was genuine creativity in this shift. The Commonwealth was not simply a disguise. For some newly independent states, it offered a useful framework of association without formal subordination, but it also helped Britain soften the emotional shock of imperial loss. By speaking of partnership, shared history, and common institutions, Britain could tell itself that empire was evolving rather than ending. This language mattered because decline is easier to bear if it can be narrated as adaptation. Even so, the late 1940s and early 1950s made clear that imperial retreat would not be peaceful everywhere. In Malaya, Britain fought a long counterinsurgency beginning in 1948 against communist-led guerrillas. The conflict became one of the classic examples of late imperial warfare. Intelligence-heavy, politically managed, and presented as a defensive order against ideological subversion. But beneath the Cold War framing lay an older truth. Britain was still using force to preserve its position in a colonial world that was moving away from colonial rule. Malaya would eventually become independent in 1957, but not before years of emergency rule. Resettlement policies and military operations revealed how much effort Britain was willing to expend to shape the terms of departure. In Africa, British control initially looked more secure. Many territories there had not yet developed nationalist movements on the scale seen in India. Colonial administrations often believed they had more time. That belief would prove misleading. The war and its aftermath had changed Africa too. Veterans returned with broader perspectives. Cities expanded. Labour politics intensified. Educated elites pushed for reform. Rural communities faced the cumulative disruptions of colonial land policy, taxation, and economic change. Anti-colonial nationalism would not unfold in exactly the same way as in India, but the direction of travel was becoming harder to miss. Still, British policymakers hoped that decolonisation in Africa might be slower, more orderly, and more managed. There was a recurring fantasy that empire could be dismantled from above without surrendering British influence or prestige. Colonial development schemes, constitutional experiments, and gradual reforms all reflected this hope. In some places they provided real openings. In others, they merely widened frustration by making aspirations visible without satisfying them. The empire had spent generations teaching subjects the language of progress. Now those subjects increasingly asked when progress would reach the point of power. The larger international setting made imperial retreat harder to resist. The Cold War changed everything. On one hand, it gave Britain and other Western powers a new justification for holding strategic territories, supporting friendly elites, and viewing anti-colonial movements through the lens of communist danger. On the other hand, it made old colonial rule more embarrassing. The United States often disliked formal empires on principle, or at least on rhetoric, even while pursuing its own global power. The Soviet Union condemned colonialism as part of its ideological campaign. The United Nations offered colonial activists new forums, languages, and audiences. Empire now lived under harsher lights. Actions that might once have remained colonial matters could become international scandals. And Britain itself was changing. The post-war welfare state, economic reconstruction, housing needs, industrial modernization, and domestic reform competed for attention and money. The British people, or at least many of them, were no longer willing to bear unlimited costs for the maintenance of empire. The emotional prestige of imperial rule still existed, but it had weakened. The empire no longer looked like the natural horizon of national life to the same extent it had for Victorians or Edwardians. Younger generations were growing up in a country more concerned with recovery and social justice at home than with dominion abroad. Yet it would be a mistake to imagine Britain simply letting go with calm generosity. The empire was not dismantled by pure enlightenment. It was pressured apart by resistance, financial limits, strategic recalculation, and the erosion of imperial confidence. Where Britain thought it could hold, it often tried to hold. Where it could shape the manner of exit, it worked to do so. Where it feared humiliation or loss of strategic position, it sometimes clung hard indeed. The empire in retreat was still an empire, with all the habits of secrecy, force, paternalism, and self-justification that had marked its rise. This is what makes the period after India so fascinating and unsettling. It is a landscape of transformation in which the old and the new coexist uneasily. On one side stand parades, governors, colonial offices, uniforms, and maps, still coloured imperial red. On the other stand, negotiations, strikes, mass parties, guerrilla movements, and the rising certainty that colonial rule belongs to the past. Britain in these years was both a victor of world war and a power learning, often unwillingly, the limits of victory. It still possessed nuclear ambitions, diplomatic reach, and military force. But the old imperial confidence had cracked. What remained was the effort to salvage status from contraction. India had made one fact inescapable. If the empire could lose its greatest possession, then nothing else was absolutely secure. Every colonial question after 1947 was asked in the shadow of that fact. How long could Britain remain in Africa? What was the future of the Middle East under British influence? Could Southeast Asian territories be retained? Could strategic bases compensate for political losses? Could the Commonwealth become a new kind of global family, preserving relevance without rule? These were not abstract matters. They were the daily concerns of ministers, governors, soldiers, and activists navigating the slow unmaking of a world. The fall of the British Empire, then, did not begin only when flags came down in dozens of capitals. It began when Britain could no longer believe, deep down, that the world still required its imperial rule. India forced that recognition. It did not happen in one instant, and many tried to deny it. But after 1947, the empire was living on borrowed confidence. Still, history rarely grants such structures a quiet exit. The next phase of imperial retreat would show, more clearly than ever, that Britain could lose not only colonies, but also the illusion that it remained the independent master of its own global destiny. That revelation would come in the Middle East, beside a canal whose strategic importance had once seemed to guarantee Britain's world role forever. If India was the emotional breaking point of the British Empire, then Suez was the moment the world could see the break in full daylight. There had been many warnings before it. There had been wars that exposed weakness, uprisings that exposed illegitimacy, negotiations that exposed exhaustion, and withdrawals that exposed the limits of British endurance. But the Suez Crisis of 1956 had a special force because it revealed something more than imperial retreat. It revealed that Britain was no longer able to impose its will, even when it believed its core strategic interests were at stake. It was not merely losing colonies, it was losing the power to decide the terms of global order in the old imperial fashion. To understand why Suez mattered so much, one has to remember what Egypt and the canal had meant in the imperial imagination. Since the 19th century, the route through Suez had been central to Britain's connection with India and the East. It was not just a waterway, it was an artery of empire. Troops, officials, goods, and messages had moved through it in a pattern so regular that it came to symbolize imperial modernity itself. To control Egypt, formally or informally, had seemed for generations a strategic necessity. Even after India was gone, the old habits of thought remained. Suez still looked like proof that Britain mattered globally, that it remained a power whose reach extended far beyond Europe. But the world around Suez had changed. Egypt was no longer a place that could be treated as an imperial dependency in all but name. Egyptian nationalism had deep roots, and after the overthrow of King Farouk in 1952, the new regime under Gamal Abdel Nasser embodied a more assertive, anti-colonial Arab nationalism. Nasser was not merely a local leader in British eyes. He was a challenge to an entire imperial way of thinking. He represented the possibility that formerly subordinate regions might control their own strategic lifelines, make their own alliances, and refuse to defer to European prestige. That prospect disturbed Britain not just materially but psychologically. When NASA nationalized the Suez Canal in July 1956, Britain reacted with fury. In British political and media culture, the move was often portrayed not simply as a commercial dispute or a diplomatic problem, but as an intolerable act of defiance. There was a telling desperation in the response. Suez had become a test of whether Britain could still act like a great imperial power. Prime Minister Anthony Eden, shaped by the memories of appeasement and the belief that dictators had to be confronted early, treated NASA as a threat whose challenge must not stand. But beneath the rhetoric of principle lay something older and rawer. The fear that if Britain yielded at Suez, it would be admitting that the age of imperial command was truly over. The secret collusion that followed between Britain, France, and Israel revealed how far British statecraft had drifted from the confident moral posture it still claimed in public. Israel would invade Egypt. Britain and France would then intervene ostensibly to separate the combatants and secure the canal. Though, in reality, the operation was designed to overthrow NASA, or at least humiliate him decisively. It was a plan born from the habits of an older imperial world, the kind in which great powers could rearrange events in strategic regions and expect others to accept the outcome. But 1956 was not 1882. The global balance had shifted. The United States opposed the intervention. The Soviet Union denounced it. International pressure mounted. Financial pressure, especially on sterling, became severe. Britain could not sustain the operation without American support, and American support did not come. That is why Suez cut so deeply. Militarily, British and French forces performed effectively in narrow terms. Politically, the operation was a disaster. Britain was compelled to withdraw, not because it had been defeated on the battlefield, but because it had been stopped by a world in which its independent leverage no longer matched its imperial self-image. This was humiliation of a very modern kind. Not the loss of a colony after prolonged struggle, but the revelation that Britain was now a secondary power in a system shaped above all by the United States and the Soviet Union. Empire had taught Britain to think in terms of routes, bases, and strategic initiative. Suez taught Britain that those things no longer guaranteed freedom of action. If India had removed the jewel from the imperial crown, Suez cracked the crown itself. After 1956, it became much harder for British leaders to believe that they could preserve a substantial empire through willpower and selective force. The old language did not vanish overnight, but it sounded increasingly hollow. The empire could still delay, negotiate, suppress, and manage. But the notion that Britain remained the sovereign organizer of a world system was broken. There is a sadness to this moment that goes beyond geopolitics. Nations, like empires, live partly by stories they tell about themselves. Britain had long told itself that it was uniquely fitted to global leadership. Maritime, disciplined, pragmatic, honourable, experienced in rule, steady under pressure. Those ideas did not disappear after Suez, but they could no longer be tied so easily to direct imperial power. The country now had to imagine itself differently. Though the transition would be slow and often resisted, the imperial century was ending not only on maps, but in the British mind. And while Suez revealed decline dramatically, decolonisation elsewhere was already remaking the empire at speed. In Africa, the pace of change accelerated sharply in the late 1950s and 1960s. Some British colonies moved toward independence through negotiation and constitutional transition. Others did so through crisis, violence, or both. The pattern was uneven, but the direction was unmistakable. What had once seemed the long future of empire was collapsing into a decade or two of hurried rearrangement. Ghana, formerly the Gold Coast, became independent in 1957 under Kwame Nkrumah. The symbolism was profound. Ghana was the first sub-Saharan African colony under British rule to achieve independence in the post-war wave, and its success energized anti-colonial politics across the continent. This was not just another flag lowered and another raised. It was a signal. It told colonial subjects elsewhere that empire was no longer a permanent condition. What had happened in India was now happening in Africa. History was moving. Nigeria followed in 1960. A reminder that even very large and complex colonies could not be held indefinitely. Yet Nigerian independence also showed the difficult inheritance of empire. Colonial rule had drawn borders, shaped administrative divisions, and fostered political structures that did not always align neatly with social realities. Independence was not a magical erasure of these legacies. The empire departed, but it left behind states whose internal tensions had often been sharpened by the methods of colonial governance. This is one of the deepest complications in the story of decolonisation. The fall of empire was necessary for political freedom, yet freedom arrived through institutions and boundaries shaped by empire itself. In East Africa too, change gathered pace. Tanganyika became independent in 1961, Uganda in 1962, Kenya in 1963. But Kenya in particular reveals how hard Britain could fight when settler interests, land, and racial hierarchy were deeply entangled. The Mau Mau uprising of the 1950s, rooted in grievances over land, labour, and colonial domination, triggered a brutal British counterinsurgency. Detention camps, torture, executions, and collective punishments formed part of the imperial response. For many years, British public memory preferred to treat decolonisation as an orderly and enlightened withdrawal. Kenya exposes the falsity of that comforting picture. When imperial authority felt threatened, Britain could still respond with extreme violence, even late in the day, even while speaking the language of progress and constitutional development. This matters because it reminds us that the end of empire was not simply a moral awakening in London. It was forced by resistance, by political pressure, by changing world conditions, and by the growing impossibility of reconciling colonial rule with the post-war age. Where Britain could depart gracefully, it sometimes chose to do so. Where it feared losing face or losing control too suddenly, it often clung on with methods that exposed the repressive core of imperial power. The empire in retreat remained capable of cruelty. Cyprus too revealed the tensions of late empire. There, anti-colonial struggle intersected with ethnic division and strategic calculation. Britain wanted to retain bases and influence in the Eastern Mediterranean. Greek Cypriot nationalism pushed for enosis, union with Greece, while Turkish Cypriot fears complicated the political landscape. The eventual settlement, leading to independence in 1960, did not remove the deeper tensions. Once again, the empire withdrew, but not before the conflict had been shaped by years of colonial management, repression, and strategic maneuvering. Elsewhere, Britain increasingly tried to preserve influence through forms other than direct rule. Bases, treaties, economic ties, advisory roles, and membership in the Commonwealth all offered ways to remain present after empire formally receded. This was not meaningless. The Commonwealth did become an important arena for diplomacy and connection. English law, educational systems, trade patterns, and bureaucratic habits also outlived empire in many places. But there is a difference between influence and rule, and Britain was learning to live inside that difference. It no longer governed a quarter of humanity. It no longer held the unquestioned right to station officials and troops wherever imperial maps required. It was becoming a post-imperial power, even when it still spoke in accents formed by empire. At home, the social meaning of empire was changing too. Immigration from former colonies and Commonwealth countries brought the imperial world into Britain itself in new ways. People from the Caribbean, South Asia, and Africa arrived to work, build new lives, and help reconstruct post-war Britain. This movement exposed a profound irony. For generations, empire had been imagined by many Britons as something outward, something happening over there, across the seas. Now the history of empire was arriving in British streets, schools, workplaces, and neighbourhoods. Britain could no longer imagine empire only as a distant possession. It had become part of the country's own social fabric in a new and intimate way. Yet this transition was not embraced without conflict. Racism, exclusion, and nostalgia marked much of the public response. The empire had taught Britain to think in hierarchies, and those habits did not vanish with decolonisation. The end of formal rule abroad did not mean the end of imperial attitudes at home. In some ways, the post-imperial nation had to confront for the first time what empire had made of it internally. Its assumptions about race, belonging, authority, and world status. Meanwhile, the map kept changing. In the Caribbean, colonies moved gradually towards self-government and independence. In Africa, one territory after another left formal British control. In the Middle East and Asia, Britain's role shrank further. Aden became a final bitter example of late imperial violence, with British withdrawal in 1967 following insurgency and instability. By the late 1960s, it was clear that the age of empire in anything like its classical form had ended. And yet endings are never perfect. Britain still retained some territories. It still had military commitments east of Suez for a time, though these too would be reduced. It still carried the prestige of a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council, nuclear weapons, and close ties with the United States. It still had cultural, legal, linguistic, and financial influence on a global scale. This is why the fall of the British Empire is not the same thing as the disappearance of Britain from world affairs. What ended was not British relevance, but British imperial supremacy. That distinction matters, because empires often outlive themselves in memory. Long after power has ebbed, the habits of grandeur remain. Politicians still speak of special roles. Public culture still romanticizes imperial scenes. Schoolbooks and popular history still struggle to balance achievement and violence, connection and coercion. The British Empire did not vanish cleanly into the past. It left debris, institutions, arguments, wounds, loyalties, languages, and fantasies that continue to shape the present. By the 1960s then, the central structure was gone. India was independent. Africa was breaking free. Suez had exposed Britain's limits. The Commonwealth had replaced empire as the preferred language of global association. Strategic retreat had become policy. The country that had once believed it could organize the world through sea power, trade, and rule now had to settle into a different role, one less commanding, more dependent on alliances, finance, diplomacy, and memory. There is a melancholy grandeur in this final imperial phase. Not the grandeur of triumph, but of scale dissolving. For centuries, the British state had stretched itself outward until it governed lands and peoples of bewildering diversity. It had made and unmade borders, redirected economies, built railways and prisons, opened schools and camps, preached liberty and practiced domination, abolished slavery and imposed new forms of dependence, celebrated law and used terror. Now that vast structure was receding, sometimes ceremonially, sometimes violently, often ambiguously. The end was not pure justice, and it was not pure catastrophe. It was the unraveling of one of the largest political formations in history. With all the confusion such unraveling must bring, Suez had shown the world that Britain could no longer command events as it once had. African and Asian decolonisation showed that those once commanded would no longer accept the old order. Together, they mark the true outer edge of imperial fall. What remained after that was the afterlife, the memory, the argument, the legacy, the ghosts. The end of empire did not arrive as one clean moment of surrender. It came in arguments, midnight meetings, emergency plans, train stations, burning neighborhoods, borderlines drawn on paper, soldiers waiting in the heat, and crowds moving with fear in their eyes. It came with speeches about freedom and with silences about responsibility. It came above all in India. For generations, India had been called the jewel in the crown, the central possession without which Britain's imperial system would have been something fundamentally smaller. That was true not only in a strategic sense, but in an imaginative one. India made Britain feel like a world power of a special order. To rule India was to believe that distance, scale, and diversity themselves could be mastered. Once Britain accepted that India would be lost, the old imperial future became impossible to picture in the same way. The British Empire did not end on one date, in one ceremony, or with one lowered flag. It ended in layers. It ended in railway stations where families said hurried goodbyes before crossing new borders. It ended in government houses where portraits still hung on walls as power slipped away. It ended in detention camps and constitutional conferences, in harbour cities and inland capitals, in speeches full of dignity and in archives full of fear. It ended for some in celebration, for others in grief, and for many in a bewildering mixture of both. That is why the fall of the British Empire cannot be told simply as collapse, nor simply as liberation, nor simply as decline. It was all of those things at once, depending on where one stood. By the time the age of formal decolonisation had run its course, Britain had ceased to be an imperial state in the way it had once understood itself. The old confidence that a small island could rule immense territories through sea power, Commerce, administration, and prestige had been broken by war, resistance, financial strain, new international norms, and the political awakening of the colonized. Yet, empire did not vanish just because direct rule ended. Its structures lingered in borders, legal systems, languages, armies, school curricula, trade patterns, bureaucracies, and social hierarchies. It lingered in the Commonwealth, in diplomatic habits, in the global use of English, in financial networks centered on London, in migration patterns that brought former imperial subjects into Britain itself. The empire died as a formal political order, but it lived on as a historical force. That lingering is one of the reasons the British Empire remains so difficult to judge. It was not one thing. It changed shape repeatedly across the centuries. It began in maritime insecurity and commercial ambition, rose through trade, settlement, slavery, and war, matured into a vast industrial and administrative system, and then slowly unraveled under the pressure of its own contradictions and a changing world. In one period, it looked like merchant opportunism. In another, like global strategy. In another, like moral mission. In another, like armed delay. It used companies and crowns, settlers and soldiers, treaties and telegraphs, missionaries and merchants, parliaments and prisons. Every neat summary leaves something out. That is perhaps why the empire still provokes such powerful disagreement. For some, it remains associated with railways, law, parliamentary traditions, global trade, abolitionism, scientific exchange, and institutional legacies that outlived British rule. For others, and often for the descendants of those who lived under it, it means dispossession, famine, enslavement, racial hierarchy, cultural arrogance, violence, extraction, and borders drawn with too little care for the lives inside them. Both sets of memories exist, but they are not equal in weight or innocence. The empire built things, yes, but it built them within relationships of unequal power. It connected the world, yes, but it connected it through domination as well as exchange. It spread ideas of liberty while denying liberty to millions. It celebrated law while often reserving justice for the rulers. It condemned one form of tyranny while practicing another in quieter language. If there is a single thread running through the whole story, it is contradiction. The British Empire was strongest when it could turn contradiction into policy. It could be liberal at one edge and authoritarian at another. It could promise self-government to settler colonies while denying it elsewhere. It could claim humanitarian purpose while defending economic systems built on coercion. It could abolish slavery and then force labour into new dependencies. It could speak of civilization while bombing villages. It could call itself reluctant even while expanding. That flexibility helped it endure for centuries. It was one of the sources of its strength. But it was also one of the reasons its end became inevitable. A system so dependent on unequal exceptions could not survive forever in a world increasingly fluent in the language of equality. And what of Britain itself after empire? This is where the story becomes quieter, more intimate, and in some ways, more unresolved. The end of empire forced Britain to become a different kind of nation, though not all at once, and not always willingly. For generations, Britain had imagined itself as the centre of a world system, its politics, economy, Military planning, education, and identity had been shaped by imperial reach. To lose that reach was not only to lose possessions, it was to lose a way of understanding national importance. Some responded by embracing a new role, tied less to rule and more to diplomacy, alliance, finance, and culture. Others held on to nostalgia, treating empire as a lost age of order and stature. Still others demanded a more honest reckoning with the violence and exploitation on which imperial greatness had rested. That reckoning is still not finished. In many ways, it has only become sharper with time. Former colonies continue to live with the after-effects of imperial decisions, partitioned territories, ethnic tensions intensified by colonial administration, economies shaped for export rather than balance, land systems transformed by conquest, and political institutions inherited in forms that were not always designed for genuine self-rule. Britain, too, continues to live with empire's afterlife. Migration that remade its cities, cultural diversity born from imperial connections, public arguments over monuments and memory, and an uneasy tension between pride in historical influence and discomfort with the methods by which that influence was acquired. The empire's end, then, was not really an ending in the simple sense. It was a transfer of burden into the future. The British left, but the world they had helped shape remained. Borders stayed. Languages stayed. Trade routes adapted rather than disappeared. Elites trained in imperial institutions often became leaders of new states. Resentments remained. So did affinities. The empire had once bound distant peoples together under unequal rule. After its fall, those peoples did not drift apart into complete isolation. They remained connected, though now through memory, migration, diplomacy, commerce, and argument rather than imperial command. Perhaps that is why the British Empire remains such a haunting subject for long historical reflection. It contains almost every scale of human experience. At the highest level, there are treaties, wars, parliaments, naval strategies, budgets, and constitutions. At the lowest, there are hunger, labour, prayer, fear, punishment, ambition, and survival. There are governors drawing borders on maps, and mothers searching for children during partition. There are merchants calculating profit, and prisoners waiting behind barbed wire. There are school children learning patriotic songs in London, and school children learning imperial syllabi in Lagos, Calcutta, Kingston, or Nairobi. There are ceremonies glittering under chandeliers and villages burning at dawn. There are reformers who believed they were improving the world, and officials who knew perfectly well that they were preserving privilege. There are subjects who served the empire loyally and subjects who resisted it all their lives. There are even people who did both at different times, because history is rarely pure. To tell the rise and fall of the British Empire accurately is therefore to resist the temptation of comfort. It was not a story of steady glory followed by sad decline, nor was it simply a story of uninterrupted evil marching under one flag. It was the making of a global order through power, opportunity, violence, improvisation, and belief. It rose because Britain mastered the seas, built financial and military capacity, defeated rivals, industrialized early, and learned to adapt its methods from region to region. It fell because the costs of empire grew too high, because its subjects increasingly refused its authority, because world wars exhausted the metropole, because rival powers and new international norms made empire harder to defend, and because the contradictions at the heart of imperial rule could not be hidden forever. There is also an older and deeper truth in it. No empire, however large, can stop time. At their height, empires mistake motion for permanence. They imagine that because they can move armies, goods, and messages across oceans, they have mastered history itself. The British Empire reached that point. It built telegraphs, railways, ports, legal codes, censuses, and shipping networks. It painted maps red and taught generations to see that red as natural. It made distance feel manageable and hierarchy feel permanent. But history does not spare systems because they are large. In fact, size often makes them more vulnerable to the changes they cannot fully control. The wider an empire stretches, the more places there are for pressure to gather. The more peoples it rules, the more futures it must deny. The longer it lasts, the more certain it becomes that it is necessary. And that certainty is usually the beginning of the end. If you step back from the details for a final moment, the whole story has the shape of a tide. At first, the water moves almost imperceptibly. A ship leaves harbour. A company receives a charter. A coastal settlement is founded. A treaty is signed. A rival is defeated. Then the tide advances. Colonies multiply. Trade deepens. Armies move inland. Administrations harden. An island kingdom becomes a global empire. For a time, the water seems to cover everything. It reaches farther than anyone imagined possible. Then, just as gradual at first, it begins to recede. A colony is lost. A rebellion breaks out. A war weakens the center. Another people demands freedom. Another flag comes down. Eventually, the tide that once seemed endless leaves behind a changed shoreline, scattered debris, and marks on the land that will remain long after the water has gone. That changed shoreline is our world. The rise and fall of the British Empire is not merely a British story. It is a world story. It is written into the shape of modern states, the spread of English, the global economy, migration routes, legal traditions, strategic anxieties, and political memories across every inhabited continent. To understand it is not to praise it or to condemn it in one breath and move on. It is to see how power works across centuries, how it justifies itself, how it changes form, how it draws people into its service and its resistance, and how even the mightiest structures eventually yield to forces they helped create. And so, in the end, the British Empire passes not with one sound, but with many. The creak of ships in Atlantic harbours, the crack of muskets in colonial wars, the murmur of clerks in Calcutta, the thunder of artillery in Europe, the whistle of trains during partition, the static of telegraph lines, the chants of protesters in the streets of Delhi, Accra, Cairo, and Nairobi, the rustle of paper as independence documents are signed, and finally, the quieter sound that follows every great age when it is over. People trying to remember what it meant and what it cost. The empire rose from ambition, trade, and war. It reached its height through industry, sea power, and confidence. It fell through resistance, exhaustion, and the awakening of the world it had ruled. And when it was gone, it left behind no simple verdict, only history itself, vast and unsettled, still moving. And now, as this long journey comes to a close, let the empire fade back into the dark. Let the maps fold shut. Let the ships grow quiet in their harbours. Let the voices of kings, merchants, soldiers, and statesmen drift softly into the distance. For tonight, the borders can rest. The arguments can rest. The weight of centuries can rest. You do not need to carry any of it now. All that remains is the hush after history, the stillness after the turning of so many years, and the comfort of knowing that for a little while, you can simply be here, safe and quiet, while the past settles gently around you. Thank you for spending this time with me. And before you drift off completely, let me know in the comments where in the world you're listening from tonight. I always love seeing how far these stories travel in the quiet hours. If you enjoyed this slow journey through history, subscribe and stay with me for more long-form stories made for rest, sleep, and peaceful wandering through the past. Now close your eyes, loosen your thoughts, and let the night take the story from here. Good night.